And welcome to a beautiful Sunday morning in sunlit Antigua and Barbuda. We're right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and you're just having a look at the downtown St. John's region. It's Mother's Day here in Antigua and Barbuda, and we have some ships in port that are going to make the day special for lots of folks. We're here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Barbados Pride in the all-important semi-final round of the West Indies CWI 4-day tournament. We're going to toss over to the grounds where we have Vernon Springer in place, and we're going to hear about the pitch, and we're also going to take in the toss.
You good? Welcome to the first day of the West Indies playoff game. Trinidad and Tobago taking on Barbados. This is a traditional game, and we're playing on track number 3 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Now, I know when you look around at the track, everybody is very much concerned because once you see grass, there's always a major conversation. But if you realize, this is really not real live grass. It's just tinges of grass. And based on track number 3 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, I think it's going to be ideal whoever wins the toss. We know that come day 2, this is easily going to be the best day to bat on this track here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So toss is going to be important, and if the bowlers are willing to work hard, beat the seamers, then they're going to be able to make sure that they get early wickets. So I think whoever bowls the fuller length here, the opening batsmen or the top batters, they're going to have to grab for a while. But I expect a real good cricket game. This is one of the contested games that you're looking forward to between Trinidad and Barbados. Tune in to the Live and Louder network for live ball-by-ball coverage today. Tell you, it's going to be fantastic cricket. Welcome to day 1 of the West Indies Championship playoff game. It's 2 big nations, Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. It's day 1, and I have on my right the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Captain Joshua De Silva, and further to my right is the Barbados Pride Captain Craig Batwet. And to his right is the match referee for this game, Mr. Michael Ragonat. We now have the home team captain, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Captain Joshua De Silva, flicking the coin. Match referee goes to pick it up. What we've got? Tails. All right, so skipper Joshua De Silva, good morning. How are you?
Hi, good, thanks. Gonna have a bat first.
How was the preparation coming on to this game?
Really good. We got home for a week, so it was nice to see some family, have some time in our own bed and stuff. But yeah, back to the business end of the tournament. Looking forward to it.
Your squad?
Just one change. Jaden Seals comes back in for Joshua James.
What about your own form? How are you feeling?
Really good. I know, take it ball by ball, inning by inning. You know, we had a break, so got to start over, and hopefully the momentum keeps going through. But yeah, just trying to do my best and get the results for the team.
All the best, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And I have the Barbados Pride captain, long-time friend of mine. How are you? Morning, Skip. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
How's it going?
Yeah, not bad. We got one change from our last 11. Johan Lane comes in for Jediah Blades.
Tell me, how's the season gone so far for the Barbados Pride?
Yeah, it was good. I think Jamaica, was a keenly contested series for us. After losing the first game, bouncing back in the last 2, was incredible. And the guys ready to go for this game.
This has been a matchup that people have talked for about over 130 years. How does it feel to be in another local derby, Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados Pride?
Yeah, it's always lovely, man. They're always competitive games, and we really look forward to this challenge once again.
If you had won the toss, what you would have done?
Well, I would bowl first, to be honest. I think it has a bit of moisture, so I'm not disappointed at all.
Hey, all the best to you, Skip.
Yeah, thanks.
God bless you. There you heard it from the 2 captains, and it's ball time. Join the Live and Louder production team, and it's going to be keenly contested cricket competition taking place right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers all over the world from our team.
And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as you heard, they would have won the toss this morning, and they've elected to have a bat first. In what looks to be a beautiful outfield and a beautiful day for cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. Our umpires are walking out, and we're just getting set here to take in the action between these 2 big giants in terms of regional cricket. We have the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride, and both teams, no doubt, would be hoping that they would have brought their best cricket here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds for this semi-finals encounter. Ferdinand Springer, you've sprinted back up the stairs and you're back alongside me. How does it look out there, and what are your expectations in terms of the match?
Well, it's a lovely day, and first of all, let me just take some time out on behalf of the Live and Louder production team to be able to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers all over the world. I know you would have said that a lot earlier, Denmore, but it's just really a special moment, and we consider Mother's Day. Every day is Mother's Day, but it's just a name day today, and so we just want to take some time out. But based on the cricket action, wow, I can expect a belter. And with the lack of rain here so far, Denmore, at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, I thought that the groundsman here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground has done an excellent job, except that, Coach Ryan Emirates says, boy, I would really love to have some more grass on the track. So I smiled when he said that, because I know, being a fast bowler and the head coach, also Vasbert Drakes would have loved to have had that. But you know how it is. We got a good cricket wicket here today, and the team that bats the best, I think, is who will be able to win this game. But if we're matching up then more so far of the lineups, and we're looking at the strengths between Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seas, they've got 30 wickets between them. And then you would match that combination now to the Barbados Pride attack. You would recognize and you would see that the Warwican has been in among the wickets. Warwican has got close to 11 wickets so far.
Yep.
Joshua Bishop, he's got 10. And Joshua Bishop is almost like our homeboy here, coming over to the West Indies Academy. And so Rashton Chase, the Test captain, he's got 8 wickets. So you could see that Barbados Pride will be more or less concentrating on their spin attack.
Yep.
But you can't take your eyes off having somebody like a Kyle Mayers, Lane, and Shamar Springer, who have also been among the wickets. So I think it's going to be very important. What I'm concerned about, Denmore, is that the two main batters for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in Captain Joshua De Silva, those been the guys who have been really getting the run. So you got
Amir Django.
Amir Django has got 299 runs. Joshua De Silva has got 318 runs. And Terence Hyden scored 100. Jason Mohammed does not come to the party yet.
No. Neither has the opening pair for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And I think that is where they're going to really be hoping that today that they can get a partnership going at the top of their innings. Cephas Cooper and Evan Lewis. Evan Lewis especially has not really, I think he got 49 in one of his innings, but he has not really looked fluent as we know Evan Lewis can be. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is hoping that, having come back to red ball cricket, that somebody like an Evan Lewis can really be a difference maker in this game.
Well, talking about Evan Lewis, it's just remarkable that Evan Lewis would have made his first-class debut in 2012. Only played 25 first-class games, then more. A total of 1,296 runs. So we know he's a white ball specialist player moving all around the world. So you realize the lack of first-class cricketers, well, we say red ball cricketers more or less hampered him. But we're starting today from the CIO Road end. Hometown boy, Ewan Lane, who made his test debut in 2025. It starts with a wide delivery. Barbados starting with 3 slips and a gully, backward point. And it's always the norm then more these days. We don't see short leg.
Yeah, we hardly ever see the short leg involved now. And maybe it is because the lack of pace of some of these opening bowlers. They're not as genuinely fast as we would have seen in the past.
Another wide delivery. Umpires today. Carl Tuckett from the island of Nevis, in fact born in Nevis, Twin Island Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And you have Dighton Butler coming out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Both would have represented the West Indies level, so it's always great to have players giving back and coming back, especially in a very critical role of umpiring. I want to say good morning to the folks in Barbados, all around the Caribbean. Another wide delivery, and you could really see the ploy here by Lane. Lane looking to try and bowl one side. I just would really like to see Lane, especially with the new ball, bowl a lot more fuller.
Yeah, a lot more fuller. And you can see that he started wide, and he's coming closer and closer, just trying to get his radar adjusted. But I would also love to see him bowl a tinge fuller to try and bring those 3 slips and that gully into play early on. I think especially against Cephas Cooper, who we've seen looked very suspect early on.
Not without loss. That cut back a long way. And Lenika Boucher really didn't recover too well there. It went past him and had to be backed up by Carl Mayers at the slip.
Yeah, very a significant amount of movement coming from that last delivery. Started outside the line of the off stump and he darted back towards the leg side, especially after it passed the batter. And I think Cooper is going to have to be very mindful of that type of movement early on.
So good morning to the folks in Trinidad and Tobago, in Guyana. Everybody glued to their television, keenly looking at this contest. This contest started well about over 130 years ago, down the onside again. And, evolutions change then more. I know a lot of people feel that, this could have either been at Queen's Park Oval or Kensington Oval in Barbados. But with the evolution of West Indies cricket, we see a lot more things happening to be able to make sure that you can energize and drive the game. But I can say to you, it's going to be followed keenly online. Everybody's going to be looking. So good morning to all the folks in Barbados who are maybe just coming out of church. Mother's Day. Down the onside, the ball just darting back. So Lane starting with a maiden.
Yeah, maiden over, but not necessarily a testing over for the openers. Just that one delivery, maybe the 5th delivery or so that we saw coming back into the right-handed batter. All the others were pretty wide, didn't invite any stroke at all from Cephas Cooper. I don't even think Cephas Cooper's had a ball on his bat yet in this match. So not the type of opening over that the captain of the Barbados team would have wanted from Lane, and something that we pointed out in the last match when we were at the Antigua Recreation Ground. I was at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. I think bowlers have to start to be on their game from ball one. What we've seen too many times happen is that bowlers tend to bowl their first over almost as a warm-up over. And for me, that is a little bit of a negative.
And that's why I was so much impressed with the Guyana Happy Eagles attack. Thorne, Joseph, Niall Smith, Kimo Paul, they swung the ball and they really attacked the stumps. And something that, Dr. Sandy Roberts always talking about. You got a new ball, you got a bowl to the stumps. Here's Evan Lewis turning this one. There's some hesitation there, Denmore.
Should have been an easy single, I thought, because it had gone in that mid-wicket region, but it was clear of the man that was there. He had to make some movements around to his right, had to make significant movement, as a matter of fact, and I thought that Cooper was just a little bit tardy, just leaning on his bat a little bit too much, wasn't aware, wasn't alert.
Yeah, runs are so important, as an opening batsman, you top order batter, you really want to get off the mark. Barbados Pride Captain Craig Brathwaite starting with Shamar Springer from the major centre end. And he is making Evan Lewis play.
Yes, and that is what you would want from your opening bowler. You want that almost every delivery, as much as possible, is within that range that the batter has to think about what is happening. And many of the deliveries in the first over were much too wide. So Cooper didn't even have to think about them. He didn't even have to offer a stroke. But you want opening batters to be thinking and playing as early as you can.
Springer starting around the wicket to the left-hander. Barbados has gone for 2 slips instead. Again, attacking the stumps there and will suspect movement.
Yeah. And what you see happening there is just the fact that he's getting Evan Lewis to play. This is the second ball we've seen going in that mid-wicket region. They have a short man catching. That one left the bat slightly in the air. So again, a little bit of encouragement for the Barbados team.
And really good analysis there from you, Denmore, because straight away, Craig Brathwaite has now brought Kevin Wickham.
Jonathan Van Lang. So you've seen immaculate defensive work coming in from Evelyn.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Van Lan. I think he did quite well in the West Indies under 19.
Yes.
The World Cup with the West Indies under 19.
Quite a bit of those are around. Evelyn getting a little anxious to get off the mark there. So being left out from this 11, Kimo Paul and Kimal Savory. So for the listeners from Guyana, it's Taj Narayan Chandapal, Matthew Nandu, Kevlon Anderson, Tevim Imlak, the captain and the wicket keeper, Richie Locknott, the all-rounder, Gudakesh Moti, Virasamy Pramod, and Jonathan Van Lang. And as we also mentioned, Niall Smith doing honors there, along with Zenol Ramsamy, one of the debutants in this game, and Thaddeus Lover. So here it goes. So after 2 overs, it's 4 without loss. Dave Joseph, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's an excellent start by Guyana again. You know, Palmer looking to put some pressure on the young West Indian, batsmen, see how well they could stand up to his test. He's been a staple in the Guyanese team for decades, for years now. So they're going to have their work cut out, set early and bright here. It's going to be pressure from the start. Let go.
Well, you have to face the pressure. You have to stand up to the pressure if you're going to show somebody that it works. The game is of first-class status, so for all to know. Wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, Naeem Smith still trying to, get his bearings. He's been, over the wicket, around the wicket, because they've got the left and right hand combination. So he's still struggling a bit with his line, but I believe he'll get into his work very soon set. He's a guy to me that looks to, really get himself set, and then he gets going.
So the teams looking for the build-up. As listeners would know, Sri Lanka will be here shortly. Good single picked out there by Mbeki Joseph. Looking to score, which I think is important.
Yeah, very important set to rotate the strike. As you see, that has Naeem Smith struggling a bit. He can't pick his line and his length to left and right hand combination pose that bit of challenge to you, and that's a very good thing.
Very good thing for the bowler. So also to remind you that action is at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds between Barbados Pride and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Steel. Red Force. Wow, that one had some pace on it. The steel is still in my vein, and there's so many changes to the franchise name. I tell people I am a half Trini, not by birth, but maybe, I'll say I'm a 1/3 Trini by adoption. So I have been around when it was Soca Warriors, that's what I remembered, and and then now that was football though. So let me move from that. So that game is at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and that the winner of that game, or the team emerging with the most points from that game, will advance to play the Harpy Eagles in next week's final. It looks good, covering up well.
Yeah, he's getting into line, looking to play, as straight as possible. So far, so good. For the Harpy Eagles, I'd love to see them employ a leg slip, because they're attacking him around that hip area there, and he's looking to clip it. So I'd prefer to see, a leg slip instead of maybe the mid-on.
I like the idea, because at least twice we saw him,
trying to
even though he got leg buys, were attempting to play there, and then we also saw a pretty fast bouncing one going down the leg side. So let's see how the captain figures that out.
Shot.
Drives well. Front foot drive. Would not get to the boundary. But at least the young batters will get 3. Evelyn and Joseph combining here. They will get 3 solid runs and continue to rotate the strike, as Dave Joseph has been saying. Niall Smith pitching that one relatively full length, and good striding from Evelyn and just easing that one through the covers. Final delivery of over number 3 and Smith's second of the morning. Covers up well. That's the end of the over. 8 without loss after 3, Dave.
Yeah, pretty decent over by Naeem Smith. You know, I think the young batters are actually up to the task, and what I like about them, they said they're looking to play more in the V. They're looking to play pretty straight, and that's very important against the new ball in any cricket you're going to play.
Yes, very important. And this ground, I think some of the younger players, especially the players from the West Indies Cricket Academy and also the 2 debutants for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're playing at the Antigua Recreation Grounds in a first-class game for the first time. This is a ground that you have played on. You got a half century here against Australia, didn't you?
No,
No, you didn't get a half?
I think I got 20 odd.
20 odd, but
Yeah.
you bear the brunt of much of the bowling coming towards you. I'll tell you that's a test match that I missed when I say I was not present. I was off to a place they call Japan, so I
wow.
couldn't get my flight back to see you and Brian Lara and co-battling the Aussies. So couldn't help that in 1999. Here is Sammy Pamor, one of the stalwarts of West Indies bowling, of West Indies cricket, in fact. Highest wicket taker regionally. Have you played against Pamor?
No, I have not. Pamal is way after my time.
You can't say way after my time. It's not so far, Dave.
Yeah,
you retired pretty early.
Yeah, it's been long after my time.
Because you came back and you played for the Antigua team against Guyana in the Stanford T20.
Yes, I did.
Sylvester Joseph, etc. were playing. That's
Pamal-
right. They
Pamal
had
was playing,
right.
yeah.
They had I'm going to remember just now the left armor. Well, somebody from Guyana may remember. I'm seeing him before me. I'm seeing the game before me. So that in that team with the Nagamutus, you also had that left armor. The name eludes me at this moment. And Bicky Joseph covering up. Let me take the opportunity to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who are listening and those who count themselves mothers, the grandmothers, the mentors who have been like mothers to our cricketers. And we just want you to have a wonderful day. And if you're a mother of any of the players on the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, we bid you a very special welcome. And if you're a mother to any of the players on the West Indies Academy team, we bid you an extra special welcome. And if you're a mother to any of our officials here, we bid you a very special welcome, Dave.
Yeah, Seth, I would like to, join with you in wishing all the mothers a happy Mother's Day. Just trust and hope you have a very good day today.
Well, it's got to be a long day. And I'm sure that our wives may be saying they're away from us.
Well, Seth, I'm pretty sure you're going to chip in this evening to take her to dinner.
Oh, boy, yes, this evening after a long day.
After a long day, so.
Wish I had the whole morning, but
Yeah.
the whole day. Oh, beautiful delivery.
Ooh.
That one took off. It pitched and it bounced, and it really had Evelyn searching. He was playing at it, and the bounce surprised him. And good take by Imlak. Imlak was not surprised, but it was what a carry, what a delivery.
Yeah, that was a brilliant delivery. They said it actually hit.
Ooh, came back.
Yeah, seemed back a long way.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah, we've seen the ball being seaming back from that particular end set. We would have been interested to see another seam bowler from this end, see what would have happened with some outswingers.
Yes.
There's no Shamar Joseph. There is no Kima Paul. Good sharp single by this opening pair.
Yeah, good stuff. Rotating the strike. That's what we talk about, Seth.
And as they rotate the strike, the left and right combination comes into play. Or emergency medical service. They have been here from the beginning. They have been here an hour before play in case anybody pulled a strain while warming up, and they will be here until the last ball bowls this evening, knowing that we have had excellent weather. Even though a cloud is just going across the sun, we are expecting to have a full day's play in Antiguan sunshine. Joseph in good command, putting a little stride in that shot, playing it from the crease.
Looks pretty confident. It looks compact. Let's hope he can, go on and take it, further.
So, Happy Eagles, they really want to put in a good 4-day work. So 4 days of hard work, because you cannot go easy. You don't know who you're going to face.
Yeah, they've got
and
the
the
finals coming up,
circumstance.
so you got to stay in tune.
Any surprise that they would have gone without Kimo Paul? Any surprise there?
It's not a surprise, really, to me. I think these guys will need to get some rest. Set. It's going to be hard work coming up.
Rest.
Of course, they need rest. Set. They've been practicing all along, too. That is not just sitting on the benches when you're not playing. You got to go out and practice every day.
I understand that, but the challenge for me is simply that they have just played 3 matches in a bilateral series.
These guys are seasoned campaigners. They know what to do.
So in your days, you used to have, 5 back-to-back matches in the tournament?
Yeah, but
and no one wanted to miss out.
No, you don't want to miss out, really, because once you're out, your chance of getting back in will be difficult.
So that's the point. Yeah. Good one down the leg side. May have struck him high. Yeah. Yes, in the thigh, above the thigh. So you spoke about that leg slip, Dave Joseph. You have some eagle eyes, or what do you call it, captaincy eagle-like eyes?
Yeah, well, it's either you're going to put in a leg slip or a leg gully. He looks a bit suspect around that area, so I want to employ a leg slip or a gully. Especially to Naeem Smith, he's getting the ball to nip back pretty sharp. And once the batter doesn't control it, then you'll be in for some good news around the corner there.
So Dave Joseph has already spotted a potential for a wicket, and to exploit a potential weakness or suspicion. But he plays those off drives well, but on this occasion could not get past Virasamy Pamola at mid-off. The over comes to an end, 11 without loss.
Yeah, another good over by Naeem Smith. He's getting into his work now, Seth, looking to start to plug away. In that game we saw him against the Leewards, against the Winners, he really bowled well. Got a fifer. And he looks like, a bright prospect for the West Indies in terms of future.
So, Virasamy Pamola is looking to continue, but you're seeing now, do you think the field is getting a little bit defensive? Because I am seeing a man out on the square leg boundary, a man on the straight mid-wicket boundary, and we are in the 6th over of the game.
Well, that's
Your thoughts?
pretty regulation, field. Just that the long off is a bit wide. I guess they probably would have been doing some work on this young player, knowing the areas he likes to hit. So, cricket is not all about, convention. Set, you got to.
They may have done their homework.
Yeah, you want to put them in where the batter is going to strike the ball. Oops.
Perhaps he likes that area.
Exactly what we were talking about. So the man is in the right position for him.
And let's see now.
Sweep.
Let's see what the approach may be. That was the approach
Yeah, this is
against
conventional
Joseph.
now.
Right, so with Evelyn, it's a different approach. The boundary field on this occasion is at backward of square, and the other at long off. So they have, as you said, they have watched both players, and they may have come to specific conclusions. Oh, he does not bowl.
Yeah, it will be pretty important for the young batters of the academy to, try to, pick some singles off Kimo Paul now that the ball is not turning. It's a pretty hard and shine ball. He wouldn't get as much turn as when the ball gets rough set. Need to start to pick him off.
Take the opportunities now.
Ones and twos, yeah.
Picks this well.
Yeah, that's it.
Diving effort from Chandra Paul. Couldn't stop it. And a single to end the over.
Yeah, another good over by Palmer. As I said, he's a good statesman for Guyanese cricket. And he knows his job very well set, and he's gone about it, in a very professional way. He's been pretty straight, to these batters, not giving them any room for the slashes and the slugs and the sweeps, that kind of stuff.
With Smith being the leading, I would say the main seamer in this attack. The question may be, I know he has just started, he has not gotten a wicket. He has just gotten 3 overs. Lovely shot on the front foot. Will it beat the fielder into the ropes? Pulls it up. 3 runs to Damel Evelyn once again. Taking good reach and just placing that one, Dave Joseph, with some authority.
Yeah, he was onto the front foot and stroking it very, nicely through the covers. He wasn't in any rush. He watched it all the way onto the bat and, really pressed it through the covers. What's interesting though, Seth, I'm seeing better running between the wickets here from the young West Indies batters, academy batters, than when we watched the other guys from the Trinidads and the Leewards running between the wickets.
And that's good. They're in an academy. And Vicky Joseph drives a knockdown at mid-off. But you're correct. That is very pronounced in terms of the approach. Picking the singles, picking the gaps.
And running hard between the wickets, ones and twos, trees.
Showing exactly how the cricket should be played.
Yeah, most definitely. That's what should be done.
So they're trying to build a partnership.
Yeah, changing the field now.
As they try to build a partnership, they are trying to see if they can get some respect. But first of all, they would want to ensure that they have their composure. They would want to ensure that they focus on the goals that they have set as a team. And Beaky drives at that one. That was really a loose drive. The ball is coming back in. Perhaps I believe he was playing for the ball going away, because Smith has been moving the ball away, and I don't know your take of that. And it could have been an edge day, Joseph.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery. I think what happened, Smith, you can see the definite planning what he's doing. He has actually
left him.
Yeah. He has actually bowled a few balls for him to drive, and he got in that mode, and then he just took it a bit wider set. So let's see the other plan and ploy that he has, Smith.
Joseph drives, 4 runs. It was uppish. It was in the air. It was to the right of the fielder, diving away, but he really polished that one. He's saying, that's the shot I wanted.
Yeah, struck very firmly set. In the air, but very firm.
Moves back, then gets the movement in the front foot and drives it through the covers. An authoritative shot from this man, and Becky Joseph, and he's signaling his intention. 16 without loss. And Joseph has 9 first-class matches. The man from Trinidad and Tobago. 16 innings, 378 runs prior to this, his highest of 65, an average of 27. So he can build on that here, showing positive intent. Oh, gets a good one. Closer to the body, closer to the stumps. In the end, he played inside the line, but he was drawn into the stroke initially and realized that it wasn't there for the drive.
Well, you have to look to play an outset because Naim Joseph has changed his line. He's gone over the wicket to him. So the ball is definitely going to be closer to him.
Smith is definitely in line and left him.
Yep.
And I think he's onto something here. Daniel Evelyn already has a first-class 100, 12 matches, 24 innings, 720 runs, at an average of 31.3. The young Barbadian batter who formerly played for CCC, Combined Colleges and Campuses. 3 slips weight. Squared up a bit. That one was towards the booth. And he was coming forward and then played it hurriedly. No problem for Mbeke Joseph. Score is 20 without loss. Joseph on 8. Evelyn on 11.
Yeah, I rather seen, bowlers, bowling over the wicket to these left-handers rather than going around. If you notice, Joseph was a bit freer when he was around the wicket, but now he has gone over the wicket. He's been turning him around a bit. Ball pitching just on the line, just around center leg, and then he's, turning around. So
and the purpose for that is that Smith is getting the ball to leave the left-handers, come into the right-hander. When he comes from around the wicket, he gets a closer angle to the body. And I think he had Mbeke Joseph measured on that occasion, but previously he gave him width outside the Austin. Sammy Pamal will continue. Pamal would have batted and bowled well in the last game he played here against the Windwards, had a 5-wicket haul. And in the second innings was the top scorer. Believe you me, did get into the 80s. Quite a bit of bottom hand in that shot from Daniel Evelyn. And if your parents are listening, we welcome you and wish you a happy Mother's Day, particularly the mothers. Fathers, your time will come. But they say fathers more pay attention to sport. Is that so?
I'm not too sure about that, Seth. There are quite a few mothers who are really in tune. Yeah. That's
right. And, I watched the Under 15 a couple of years ago, and I saw parents came from overseas to be with their teams, particularly those from Trinidad and Tobago.
Shot.
Good stop in the end. It was not a bad shot at all. It was played with authority, with power. But as the Happy Eagles captain, as Imlak looks at the batting, he decides to make those field adjustments, and they're working for his team.
Yeah, I can tell you, said that there's some thought and some work has been put into studying these guys, these young academy players, based on their field placements.
Yes, and it's about, something in customer care, they would like to say, know your customers. The same thing in cricket, know your players, know your opponent.
Most definitely, you got to know them. That's how you're going to be able to counter them. Set.
And as you know them, you counter them. So, another over completed, the 8th of the innings. It's 20 without loss. They won't be worried about scoring rate at this time. They would just want to ensure that they bat as much as possible.
It's pretty important for the young batters to, get in and bat long, bat deep, try to get some big scores. As you say, they're preparing to go to Sri Lanka. It's going to be tough going down there, I can tell you. Haven't been down here for the West Indies A team. The tracks are going to be a little bit different too, playing a bit little slower and a bit lower. So, and it's going to be turning a bit set down here. Lots of spinners in that area, that part of the world.
And also some little pacers coming around.
Yep.
Joseph drives the
Shot.
glorious shot.
Lovely stuff.
Wow.
Lovely
That's his
stuff.
bread and butter shot.
Lovely stuff.
He
Sir.
extends the front foot and the top hand of the bat.
Yeah, good flow of the
And
bat.
points his elbow
Straight
to the
line.
stroke. Looks good, Dave.
Yeah, good stuff.
Delightful. The two batters are having their discussion. Joseph, highest score of 65. He wants to better that. And the best way to do it is against this type of bowling. Niall Smith, a little bit wide of the mark, and he pays the price. This one going further away. Doesn't need to bother. Imlach having to take that in front of second slip. Quite a bit of movement. Dave Joseph mentioned the strong wind. In fact, you may be hearing a bit of it in our microphones, because at the back of us is also the very huge mahogany tree, and that when the wind impacts that, it swirls. So these two So welcome back, and we apologize for the audio challenge that we had, a little technical glitch. We know that you are understanding audience, and we are also delighted that we can continue to bring you coverage here. So we're with the situation is still 42 for 1, and Beaky Joseph, the man on the move on 27, a little hesitant, Dave, in taking the first, making the first move for the single, but in the end, they're getting too comfortably.
Yeah, well, you had to wait until the ball went past the fielder. It looks, from the start, looks as though he's going to pull it under control, but Palmer was a bit slow in getting to it, so they managed to pick up 2 easy runs.
So we have looked at young Lovell. We don't have a speed gun here. But he pulls this one with authority. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounce into the mid-wicket boundary. That one was off of his hips. And he's showing here that he's competent on the on as well as on the off.
Yeah, well, as I said, young Joseph has been batting pretty decently from the start. And that's what we like to see, you know. As you get set, you get going, you start to explore and play your shots. You know, mix both aggression with defense, and that should be able to take you a long way. You know, proper shot selection and that kind of stuff. And we see bowler switching over, back over the wicket again.
He's going at a run per ball.
Oops.
Pulls at this one fortuitously. It drops over the boundary, and fortunately for him, he got a top edge that took it over the wicket keeper's head. He was not in control. That bouncer rushed him a little bit. He thought he had it in control. He's a brave guy.
Yeah, I think you know, Lovell, as I said, he has a bit of, you know, wheels on him. You've got to be careful with him. You just got to, you know, adjust his lines and his lengths, you know, especially his line to these batters, you know, to keep them on the check, especially young Joseph here. He's got to, you know, stay in good areas because he's pretty aggressive, Seth.
Yes, the 50 comes up of 12.4 overs. And we're seeing here West Indies Academy showing bravery. The last time a game was played here, Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Leeward's won the toss and decided to put the opposition in. So the young academy captain is showing bravery. Young Rivaldo Clark, another young player whom I really like to see. Rivaldo Clark, the Barbadian wicketkeeper bat, and also the Pisa, I think he's due to come in at number 4, has also been players in the academy whom we have had the opportunity of watching. But now it's Mavendra Dindyal who will face. Gets a good one. He tugged it down because that one definitely hit the bat hard. You can sense it from the bat. Dave Joseph, the over comes to an end. It's 55 for 1, only 13 overs.
Yeah, you're not sensing it from the bat set. You're sensing it from the movements of the batters. They're being hurried by young Lovell. Yeah, as I said, he has pretty good height. He has a decent, you know, approach to the wicket, and he has some zip, some wheels on him. So this is another bright prospect here for Guyana coming through, I think.
So I don't have the opportunity of asking the coach the question, but I was wondering what's the situation with Isaiah Thorne, the young fast bowler, the other fast bowler from Guyana, who I saw here having quite a lot of pace. I've seen him for years, starting with the academy, and then seeing him training in, you know, preparation for other occasions while his team was playing here against the Windwards. Looks to be fit, looks to be bowling still at good pace. So they have, ooh,
Wow.
he missed that completely, Dave.
Yeah, I think he
Needs to
just
temper his passion.
yeah, he needs to be patient. You know, he's looking to bat for long periods, as I said. You know, bat for
And Pramal is going to test his patience.
yeah, he's definitely he has that level of experience, so he's gonna pull everything out. So you have got to show that you have got that kind of level of, you know, stickability. If it is, wow.
This time he goes for it and he goes big. He goes on the roof of the Richie Richardson stand. And then Mickey Joseph getting his second six of the innings so far.
You need a ball, not a ball. That's stuck
And
in the spouting.
that ball goes into the roofing. We call it the spouting here, but you may call it something else wherever you are. And we see the umpires are going to need a second ball.
Yeah, that was a good shot there from Joseph, young Joseph. It was just a trifle shot from Palmer, and he actually pulled it, and pulled it well for 6 over deep mid wicket.
So we're seeing the continued aggression of Mbeki Joseph.
Yeah,
46 runs from 39 deliveries.
Yeah, that's a good approach to take to spinners. Once they give you that opportunity set, you've got to, you know, get at them. You'll force them on the back foot a bit, and then they'll have to do different things. I think Joseph would have played quite a bit against Palmer too. So he would have known, you know, a little bit about Palmer.
Well, he doesn't matter who he plays against. He wants to establish himself. And he's one of those youngsters whom I believe has the capacity to go on, but part of that is your inclination to get big scores.
Yeah, well, that's what you need at this level.
Look at it. He is going. He is in the vein of as though he was playing a list a game. He's under no pressure. We saw the 6 against Lovell that went over the wicketkeeper's head at the top edge. And then he's going against the veteran of West Indies. Slow bowling, and he goes again. Brings up the 50. This one went further. Dave Joseph, this youngster, is showing his intent. He moves to 52 from 40 deliveries. His third 6. And you saw those cover drives. What a way to bring up the half century.
Yeah, excellent 50 by young Joseph, and pretty positive in doing so. Actually, that 6 was even struck even more fierce than the first. I'm sure that Palmer will not bowl in that area again for quite some time after being struck for 2, you know, huge 6s.
Well,
so
don't say
change
that.
his line.
Pramal is going to tell you, I'm a veteran of 678 first-class wickets. I played 9 test matches, so I'm going to try again, youngster.
He's going to try again, but he's gonna stay away from that area for quite a while. I can tell you that much. No bowler likes to be hit.
Let's see
hit
if
with
you're
that level of confidence.
Let's see if you're proven right, Dave Joseph. Young TNT batter goes back on this occasion. Good change from Pramal, but he has the capacity to adjust, Dave Joseph, and just steers this one with some degree of confidence out to the offside. He gets 2. The over has been completed. 69 for 1. Dave, your thoughts?
Yeah, we definitely, you know, want to compliment young Joseph for his half century. let's hope that he can continue to go on and make some big scores here today. Get himself into good position, set himself up, as he says, in good training for the Sri Lankan tour coming up. So he looks good so far, Seth.
So Dave, we have to do some research because he's Mbeki Joseph. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. But the Joseph name seems to go all around. You are Dave Joseph, Antigua. You have Alzari Joseph, Antigua. You have Shama Joseph, Guyana. You have Mbeki Joseph, Trinidad and Tobago. Have you done any research to see what your roots have been doing?
Not at all, Seth.
So I think you need to start the research.
Yeah, well, I know you're good at that, Seth. I'll give you that.
No,
challenge.
but you should, because it's family. It could be family, and he's the type of batter like you, who likes to be on the go for some reason.
Yeah, I know for sure.
You may be a little taller, but it looks, even the build.
Azari, Joseph, and myself are some sort of family. But
oh, that's a loose shot from Dindial.
yeah, that one's wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll love to see young Lovely. As I said to him, he has that bit of zip, bit of wheels on his deliveries here. And as I said, once he adjusts his line, he should be in good shape.
And that takes a little time. He's just 21 years old.
You want to look to contain them, bowl some dot balls, build some pressure, and then you look to go after them, get in closer and closer to them.
Ooh. Pitch wide, but, well, signal wide. We did see a bit of movement inside, yes. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite, he's a very strict bowlers. Everyone knows Isaiah Thorne is my little favorite young fast bowler in the making. And now I'm seeing Lovelam equally impressed this time. Dindial smashes it down to backward point. It was in the air, but he already picked that it was wide. We're seeing good batting here. A marked contrast, the game we saw here between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Windward Islands Volcanoes, when the Harpy Eagles were all over the Volcanoes on day one. Ooh. Not a wide, well, not signal wide by the umpire, but sort of flirting with that line.
Yeah, interestingly said, young Lovell has been showing that he has pace. And he's showing us a bit of his craft. We've seen the ball seaming back in. We've seen the ball seaming outward. So that's good stuff here on behalf of young Lovell.
So we've been having the discussion about young fast bowlers in the Caribbean. We have potentially seen another. Worked well. Another 4. Dindial getting 2 4s so far in this over. Dave Joseph, it's a partnership of 50.
Yeah.
Could you believe that?
Yeah, well, they've been going pretty fast since Joseph has struck, the couple of sixes. 3 6s and then, 4 been hit over point.
Good bit of feeling on that occasion, averting any possibility of a single. So a loose over, we would say, from young Lovell. It was not as good as his, the first attempts that we saw on his part. Gave the batters pretty much a lot of scope to score runs.
Yeah, as I said, you're going to need that level of patience. The drinks break.
Yes.
First hour.
And we'll be right back. 78 for 1. Well, thank you. Welcome back. We are just about to see the first delivery from Virasamy Pramod after the first hour of play. Interestingly, this.
It's a change of bowler, not
Yes,
Palmer.
in fact, I thought it was Pramod. It looks like Locknott. Richie Locknott. He's a partnership breaker. In the first game they played against, the last game, sorry, against the Windwards, the second game, which was the one here, he was the one that was brought into play after there was some resilience in the opening partnership between Akeem Ogis and young Pascal. Somehow Imlak called him ahead of Moti, called him ahead of Virasamy Pramod, and he did the job. So perhaps they're looking for that. And I thought with the flow of how Mbiki Joseph has been batting, he wants to see how he measures up to this bowling, which is usually closer and tighter. He's more on stumps. Ooh. Some tinge of danger there, Dave.
Yeah, I think the ploy is actually to get the ball to turn away from young Joseph. You know, with the slug sweep that he's playing, that's going to be a dangerous shot to this particular bowler. Once he gets it to bounce and turn, you might get an option where the ball is going to, you know, go up into the air once he doesn't control it well.
Yes, and the possibility of LBW.
Yeah, well, he's not in that straight and that close yet, but there's a possibility once he gets going, he's going to drift, you know, his line a bit closer to the batters.
Dindale, the new batter. What is interesting about this partnership is that partnership of 52 and only 11 from Dindial, who has just faced 15 balls, so it has been dominated by Mbeki Joseph, contributing 41 in the partnership. So viewers, if you're watching keenly, when we speak about the wind factor here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, you would recognize on the right of your screen is the eastern side of the Antigua Recreation Ground, and the wind comes out of that northeastern part. So you have a good off spinner flighting the ball. He's coming into the left-hander. He has an opportunity to hang that ball nicely with that wind, but still, if the lefty gets him, he can go with the wind.
Yeah, but he's going to be going against the turn now, Seth.
Right, so
And
there are several interesting factors there.
yeah.
But for the right-hander now, the right-hander to be playing with the turn would be hitting against the wind. So it calls for very clear, decisive action once the right arm off spinner is bowling from what we call the southern end or the factory road end.
Yes, we are switching around of Palmer coming from the other end now.
Quite an interesting move. Oh, he has timing on that one. Nice bit of movement, Dave Joseph, and just...
Yeah, spanked away through the covers. Playing pretty well off the front foot too, to both pacers and spinners, so that's a good thing.
He has good balance.
Yep.
And if we could have even a replay of this delivery. Yes, the defensive delivery. He just played that ball forward of square. Now he had one. We would look at that if nothing special happened. Oh, he pulls away. Play it with
He's watching
closing
it.
the
He's
face of
watching
the
it all
bat.
the way. That's a good thing for a batter. Yeah, he's chucking the ball very well, Seth.
Yes, and you would see in your screen that there is a forward short leg with Virasamy Pramod coming in. He has the forward short leg and he has the slip. Would you go for a leg slip? Maybe your next question. Picks the gap well, Dave.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do, set at this point. He's on top of the bowling now, so you don't need to let them in. Just keep rotating the strike. Ones and twos whenever you get an opportunity for boundary shot, then you go after it.
So in spite of his aggressive display against Virasamy Pamal from this to sudden end, you realize that he's more circumspect batting him from the pavilion end.
Well, it's just the same thing he spoke about for the off spinner. He's going to be hitting into the wind now. As you said, the breeze is that strong here. Once you don't hit it properly, it's going to hang in the end and you're going to be out caught easily. And again, he's going to be going against the turn.
Good defense to end this over from Dindial. And 84 for 1. It's a good representation of good batting from the young academy batters.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent start. 84 for 1. I think they'll be happy with that start, not having started without losing many wickets. And the left-hander, young Joseph, has been taking it to the Guyanese attack.
And for them, they really negated that threat that Niall Smith would have had with those inducking deliveries. And now that he has been placed on rest, you have seen a real different approach from the academy batters. Lucknow is back. Solid
Very
defense.
well played by Joseph. His defense looked, real tight. And as an opener, that's a good hallmark and a good trademark to have.
And again, he's showing patience, Dave. He's mixing his aggression with
defense.
And I think that is clear. He's a good little batter. And I spoke about Lucknow, his approach. He's not giving them a lot of room.
Yeah, he's staying pretty close to the batters. And that last delivery got a bit of bounce on it set, interestingly.
Oh, and he gives it away. Exactly what we were speaking about. Close to the body, on the stumps, and he was trying to hoik it out of the ground. Comprehensively beaten and bowled. Not the shot you'd have wanted, but yet credit to Lucknow.
Yeah, well bowled to Lucknow. At least he hung around in that area for quite some time. Patience. And at that level of patience to stick it out.
And I just spoke about Lucknow's ability to break the partnerships. He has not been given the frontline status as, the Motis and the Pamals, but he has really proven to be a useful player in this Guyana bowling attack. So we're seeing a debutant, Givonte de Pisa, young Barbadian right-handed batter. I would say one that I have seen previously playing for the academy, and I've been very impressed with his approach, playing in that. Yes. So he's very solid, and one wonders, I think he had been given some leadership opportunity during that little, when they were playing the little 50 overs game. So I want you to have a look at him. I don't know how long he's going to last. Seem to have put on a little bit of mass as well. He's not thick, but maybe doing some gym work. And he goes back immediately, Dave Joseph. You can see that punch, that confidence immediately.
Good start from him. His ball was that trifle short and he was onto the back foot in a flash.
Just a single out to Niall Smith. The over comes to an end. So, Lock not getting a wicket. The other wicket taker would have been Virasamy Pamal. So the two spinners getting the wicket, and unlike what we would have seen here at the Antigua Recreation Ground with the Pacers doing the bulk of the damage on the first day.
So it will be Palmer again to continue. Set.
Virasamy Pamal. He has been a servant of West Indies cricket. Some thought he would have been given a little tough non-selection at times when he would have had quite a lot of wickets. And as we would have seen around the West Indies, because of the dependence on fast bowling in the past and the distant past, sometimes as soon as a spinner may have been given 3 matches, a conclusion may have been drawn on them, and I think he has been one who have suffered over the years when he was at his best.
Well, it depends on your combination of your team and your setup you're looking to play it set.
But now, with the West Indies team with a good little combination of bowlers, fast bowlers coming together, the Josephs, Alzarian Shamar and Jaden Seals, a very special young bowler. Perhaps lesser roles for the spinners now. Justin Graves, the medium fast bowler, as the all-rounder. So
yeah, well, you're still going to need a spinner set. You know, you need that level of that bit of variation in your attack. You know, it just depends on who can get the job done. And you've got some guys who, you've got the Motis now who was ahead of him.
Well, that's the point. I said that spot has to be a Moti spot. Gudakesh Moti has really been that dominant spinner, and he has really, done well, transformed his game from limited overs to first class to Test cricket. And so he would be number one.
If you have a look at both players, they've been working very hard at their batting too.
Yes.
Because they realize the spot is up for grabs and runs or a little bit of batting is going to come into play.
De Pisa. Look at him. You just look technically. The over comes to an end. It's 87 for 2. But those last 3 deliveries from Moti, your comment in terms of from Virasamy Pamal, we're getting it mixed up here. Look at De Pisa's approach. How do you see him?
Yeah, well, he looks pretty good for a start. These two batters are pretty fresh to the crease, new to the crease. So we gotta have to have a look at them and watch them for a bit longer. You want to see them up against the pace too at some point, so you can divulge into what their techniques look like and that kind of stuff.
Locknott continuing from the Factory Road end. They've been able to rotate the single.
Yeah, they're rotating the strike, pretty well.
Okay.
But it's 2 right-handed batters who basically looks similar to the same style and that kind of stuff to me. So it's going to be the same line and lengths.
This time.
Yeah, cracked away.
Yes, he pulled that one. I really thought. Didn't realize that Lover was on that square leg boundary. The angle we have here is our but I think it's good steady, and this will go for 4. Open the face on that one, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, that was a good shot. He played it intentionally. As you said, he opened the face and as he said, he read it well.
It's 93 for 2, and we're still in the 20th over.
Shot.
Oh, good stop by Chanderpaul, because that had
fielded.
4 written all over it. It was a full toss. It deserved full punishment. But he decided to go along the ground, Dave Joseph. Should he have gone over the top?
No, that's the best route on the ground.
Want to be seeing. I'm seeing something that I like with these two young right-handed batters. The over comes to an end after 20. It is 93 for 2. Dindial on 18, the Pisa on 2.
The Pisa has been looks like a bit more in a hurry than Dindial. He's in a hurry to get onto his back foot and play shots, and he looks to me like a no-nonsense player.
Yes, he's very strong, very positive, and I think all that we have seen from this young academy team is positivity. You're going at a rate of just under 4.65 after 20 overs in a first-class game. I think it's positive.
I like the fact that they keep rotating the strike set, which doesn't allow the bowlers to get on top of any one batter. And I think, as I said, they're running between the wickets. Looks pretty good. I don't think I've seen any trees being run by Trinidad or Leewards when we were watching them.
You're digging deep, Dave. Oh, a little bit of sloppy football work by Niall Smith. To be fair for the fast bowler, he was running back. But for Samip regional first-class wickets, yes, he has 678 overall, but he has 598 in regional first. Oh, this is a beauty. And he has dismissed, he has gotten his 599th regional first-class wicket, the wicket for Guyana, the wicket of Javento de Pisa. What, he was playing back, looking a little naughty, looking a little sluggish. It was an arm ball. Let's see.
Yeah, I think
what our replay would
I
prove.
think that's what you don't want to do against Palmer, that arm ball.
The Guyana spin twin, they are focusing on the stumps.
Yeah, I think the guys who got bowled here, the shots who have been, this one just now against Palmer has been very lackadaisical, been on the back foot and very lazy shot. You've got to really chuck the ball, watch it all the way onto the bat and then play it. And then the other one, previous one, was a slug sweep against the off spinner that, again, patience got to come into play. As young batters, you got to look to bat and bat for long periods. It doesn't matter how much. I think they need to take a leaf out of their young Guyanese opener, Chanderpaul. He doesn't mind how long he defends, so he's still there. And that's what's important. Once you're there, you're there. You can do something from there, but when you're in the pavilion, you can't do anything.
So the wicketkeeper batter, young Carlton Bowen Tuckett of Nevis, comes in to face the veteran. Will he get the 600 here? No, not against Tuckett, a no ball. So another run to the total. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite, very pronounced and very clear. So you're very correct, Dave. These young batters would need to show a measure of patience. Bowen Tuckett gets a quick single here, gets off the mark. And he would like to make a statement, would have been amongst the runs last season, but couldn't get into the Leeward Islands team, and he's one of two players who have been brought in from the Leewards team to this academy team.
Yeah, this is what's been, bothering me set. He's been batting well all season last season, and Leewards had a chance to put him in this year. I'm not too sure why they didn't put him in, but I thought he should be in the Leewards team. You know, that's a good shot.
Oh, amazing shot by this youngster. He first attempted as though he was going on the front foot, and then he came back and he just punched it. Seeing a good display of batting. The 100 is it comes up for the Young Academy. 101 for 3, only in 21 overs. Dave Joseph.
Yeah, I think they're going along pretty good, and haven't been for the loss of the 3 wickets. I think they have 2 wickets that they should have been more than they should have lost. But young batters, they give other guys a chance to get in and see what's happening. Young Carl and Tuckett has an opportunity now to stick in and get a big score. He seemingly likes to score 100 sets, so let's see how he goes.
Yes. Oh, he's wrapped him. He's bowled. He's bowled. He was playing perhaps for one going away, and then that one was rifling into the middle stump, and Bowen Tuckett goes. We're seeing now wickets in a cluster here.
Yeah, that's not a good thing for any team at all, Seth. You don't want to lose them in clusters, I thought Tuckett should have been just defending that ball, but he is seemingly looking to whip it into the So, you've seen a new batter coming in.
Well, it has been a spin twin show here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Richie Locknott having 2 for 9, taking 2 wickets, and the veteran Veerasamy Permaul taking 2 for the morning to push the West Indies Academy back to 101 for 4 after 26. Then the other partnership 54, and then you've seen that they're stuttering now. Should not have been in this position. Here is the captain, another young Barbadian wicketkeeper bat, Rivaldo Clark. Another positive player. In fact, I was wondering why he was not, in the Pride's team. Really has a lot of potential. He played actually with the Liberta Blackhawks during the local season, at the start of the local season, and one thinks very highly of him. Gets off the mark. You see that he has that measure of confidence in him. He's a very confident young lad.
Yeah, he looks pretty positive in starting. I think what's troubling the young academy players is, to these spinners, you don't want to be going back so much.
That's
right. You
right.
want to look to come forward,
Because if we were to review the dismissals, we saw let's be fair. I thought there was a little misfortune in terms of one of the decisions, which you don't want to get back to. But the 3 who got bowled, they were clearly outfoxed by the bowlers. They didn't have an answer. They were not really coming forward. They were not moving the feet. It was, basically going back or trying to swing across the line. And I think it has exposed some, I don't want to say technical deficiencies, but at least some concern to the technical staff of the academy.
Yeah, I would prefer to see them, playing on the front foot set. My coach used to tell me, when you're in doubt, you push out, and they look pretty good when they're playing on the front foot. They look to be better batters when they're playing on the front foot rather than going back and being indecisive. So Palmer will continue. Bowling to Clark.
And this has got to be a good test. So in the days gone by, who are the left-arm spinners who would give you trouble or give your players trouble?
I don't know if you could call it trouble set, but there's sometimes when you've been a spot of bother. Ooh, well, feel it. We had a left-arm spinner from Barbados. I don't know if you what's it?
Yes, Reed.
Reed.
Is
Yeah,
it? Yes, Winston Reed.
he was a pretty tough customer. Then he had one from Windwards, Marshall.
Roy Marshall.
Roy Marshall.
But you also had one from the Leewards who you had to play against Warrington Phillip from
Well,
Levis.
Yeah, but you've got to know what you're looking to do against these spinners set. And as I said, I think the young batters from the academy are approaching it very well. Once given an opportunity to get a boundary shot, you've got to take it. But the left-arm spinners are more accurate than the right-arm leg spinners, so you've got to be on spot with them.
Interesting
point
there. Oh, that one tucked around just to the right of the forward short leg fielder, Dave. There could have been I'm not quite sure if it went to hand.
No, it did not.
But it was quick. It would have taken quick reflex action to come up with that.
Those situations are touch and go. You can't,
But do you want your forward short leg fielder to be that tall?
Well, it doesn't matter once he's staying low enough, Sometimes it depends on the amount of bounce the ball is getting, that kind of stuff, the height that you've got to stay at. And I guess sometimes the short leg fielder is being trusted on the youngest player.
Dindale comes forward, covers up at the end of the over. He is solidly entrenched on 24. He would have watched at that end and would have seen 3 batters departed. Mbiki Joseph for 60. And before him, Damil Evelyn for 11. And then Boyne Tuckett for 1, which was quite unfortunate. And DePisa also for 11. So he would have watched. And I believe he can perhaps set a foundation or resurface the foundation with his captain.
Well, you need to do that, again, looking to bat long and bat deep. If the young academy guys are going to pull themselves out of a little bit of bother that they're in here now.
Locknott, he is on song, really bowling well. In his 5th over, 2 for 10. As I said, when you are in a team with these veterans and these West Indian bowlers, it will take something special for you to be considered. He's a top order batter. But for the captain, Imlak has really invested some confidence in him during this season.
Yeah, well, as I said.
Oh, edged. Dropped by first slip. Kevlon Anderson perhaps thought that it was Imlak's catch and the ball went between them on the bounce. 4 in the dark for Rivaldo. Definitely for the first slip, for the slip catcher. On this occasion, covering up, not having too much to bother about. But before this game, well, Kimo Paul has been sidelined or rested. 3 sixes away from 50 sixes in first-class game. Virasamy Pramod, as we said, we noted about his bowling exploits, just 1 away from 600 for Guyana. But he's 140 runs away from 3,000 runs in first-class cricket. Though he is a bowler, he had his highest score here. Oh, that was a chance. Rivaldo Clark, a sharp one, but the second chance in the over, that one really struck hard in the palm of the forward.
wait, watch the ball and to your bat, you know.
Is it
But-
also the pressure of the forward short leg there that would cause that?
Yeah,
that
well, it
approach?
might cause some pressure, but again, you'd have to, you got to watch the ball, allow it to come to you, you know. Don't push at it. Once you push at it, it's going to go after the short leg.
So I was just mentioning Virasamy Pamal, 140 runs away. He had his highest first-class score of 90 here, not out, in the game against the Windwards Volcanoes. Oh, another close call here. Dindial this time. And Virasamy Pamal one away from his 600 for Guyana in first-class cricket. Matthew Nandu, the young opener, 67 runs away from 1,000 runs in first-class cricket. Oh, this time he strikes that well. Coming down the track and showing how it could be done. And this young man, Maven. On this occasion, he just does the opposite. Defends.
Palmer having a little chatter,
That's good move.
saying to him, well, try it again. Yeah. But well played by the youngster.
Young Dindial, quite impressive. Oh, this time he looks to steer but does not get it.
Yeah, that's a shot you got to be careful on.
And just to conclude, those stats being sent nicely by our friend in Guyana, our statistician, Shamar Joseph. He would be happy to think that he's 25 runs away from 500 first-class runs. Oh, what a delivery. That one, in fact, stuck in
bit of
the
bounce,
pads. That one shocked everyone, shocked the batter, shocked the keeper. And you see now Dindial is tapping down the pitch. Niall Smith is 7 away from 100 first-class wickets. He didn't get any in his starting burst, but good defensive work.
And he's actually, when he's given a chance to, hit, he's going to go. And that's pretty good.
I want to see that one, that bounce again. I'm sure our video analyst, our producer, has been so efficient that just came from nowhere. I've not seen any ball bouncing like that. We'll get a chance to review it, I'm sure, to see it.
Yeah, well, remember, you're dealing with a veteran spinner. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. So he will do things. He will create some stuff that unexpected.
From Virasamy Pamal. But now, this time is now Locknort, Richie Locknort. We'll be bowling to Rivaldo Clark. Clark is on 7. Avendra Dindial on 30. Clark this time plays it well. This is a good test.
Yeah, I like it. It's a real good test.
And it's also a good session. Almost 120 runs already. And we still have some minutes to go before lunch.
Shot.
Rivaldo Clark transferring the weight nicely.
Easily too.
He's a confident youngster, talented youngster. I think we keep saying in the West Indies, the problem is not talent.
Yeah, well, I'm one for that too, Seth. I don't think the problem is talent. It's just being able to try and how you best can put it together. How you can get, like, for example, here. Shot.
Oh, lovely.
Good stuff.
You see class on that.
Excellent stuff, yeah.
You see why I rate that youngster?
Yeah, well, he's showing a bit of class, but you got to take it to, higher heights.
Got to keep going.
Long periods of batting. that one to the offside for 4.
So you're making a point, and I'm going to say something after this over, after this delivery.
Ooh.
He defends well. So you're speaking about they have to do more. Now, you had a season when you scored 300s in 5 matches. So how do you then convert from the 30s, the 40s to the 100? You'd speak about that. Think about it when the over would have come to an end. Quick single here, and well taken, well judged by the youngsters. What is the difference in converting, having that high conversion rate?
Yeah, well, it's all about when you get in set, you've got to stay in. You cannot get on top of bowlers and bowling lineups and then let them in. You've got to stay on top of them. You know, what's going to be important? Ooh.
Oh, 4 runs. It was a clever shot, indeed, because that one did not go too far from Locknort's left hand.
Not is from Guyana.
Yes.
Yeah, he would have been practicing with these guys, so he knows a bit about the batter Dindial, and Dindial knows a bit about him, and same goes to Palmal, and he's not afraid to take them up, take on the challenge them. I can see that. So he's pretty accustomed to them, it seems like, and that's a good thing. You know who you're up against. You know.
Yes. So we'll continue that conversation.
Young Clark, let's see what he does to the veteran Palmal. Ooh.
Oh, let's see what Palmal does with him.
No, I'm back in the batter set.
The batter's bias.
Yeah.
You start to sound like your teammate Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, I enjoy seeing good batting. Not that I don't enjoy good bowling either, but I relish,
So Curtly's of the view that the rules are against the bowlers, are stacked high against the bowlers.
Yeah, well, especially when it comes to the limited overs games. Yeah, well played.
He said you can't tell the batters not to hit certain balls, but you can tell the bowlers how many bounces to bowl, and you're having feeling restrictions. So negotiating the over well, and then he says when one barely goes down the leg side, you call wide. So what should the bowler do?
Yeah, keep on working, man.
Sammy Palmal, he has done yeoman work with his bowling. Oh, lovely shot. Goes down the hill.
That's 4, easily.
Easily. Well played. And you're seeing real the ball to come onto you.
Yeah.
And
that arm ball that's going to be sliding into you.
Oh, this time almost one in the dark. The ball taking the edge of the bat. Looks like the outside edge. But it wasn't close to the forward short leg fielder. He gets a single. But an anxious moment there for young Rivaldo Clark. Relatively good over from Virasamy Palmal.
Yeah, Palmal, as you say, he's going to be trying everything, pulling all the tricks out of the bag. He has been, what I noticed from this over to Clark, he has bowled pretty straight to him. I don't know if he realized that shot that he played down behind point, he plays that pretty well, it seems like. So he stays pretty straight on the stump. So he's playing a game of you miss, I hit.
And I think that has been the order of play from that combination of Locknort and Virasamy Palmal. Quick single.
Yeah, I like this set. I like the positiveness in the running. Good stuff. Good running between the wickets.
Got it quite easily. Moti was a bit slow in coming in. Well, he has been out of the action almost for the entire morning's play. And Kudakesh Moti was running in, but
change of feel now.
Yes, they have.
Long on being pushed back. Woo. Banged away into the deep.
But Lovell is well placed, so no bother there. But one thing they have acknowledged, the fact that Dindial is not going to be circumspect.
Well, as I said he practices with these guys, so he should know what they're looking to do.
He's showing that he's not going to be respecting names. He's batting with authority.
Well played.
Clark, another single.
Lovely stuff. Good run in between the wickets.
They seem to have a clear understanding of each other.
Lovely stuff.
Just the nod,
And
and then they're off.
you saw that when you had Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich batting a lot.
Man, those were years ago.
Yeah.
Who would you run well with?
I enjoy running with Ridley Jacobs.
Two men who like to.
Yeah, we trained a lot together. You know, played together for a long time. So, yeah.
Understanding each other. Just a nod and then you run.
Yeah, knowing exactly what to expect.
So, you has been entertaining stuff. I'll tell you, our first hour here, get back to that. This is quite contrasting.
Poor feeling.
Yes, to what we have seen all morning,
All morning, yeah.
from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That bit of relaxation, that bit of lapse in concentration, allowing an easy single. Can't loose the screws. Oh, well played by Clark.
Well played, well watched.
Over comes to an end. 28 overs for the morning. Looks as though we are going to get more than 30 in the session, perhaps for the first time from the Antigua Recreation Ground. 28 overs completed. Good picture for the young West Indies Academy, but still losing, I think, two wickets more than they should have.
Yeah.
Scoring 135 runs from 28 overs, winning the toss and opting to bat, scoring at a rate of 4.82. Fantastic, but losing two wickets too many.
Yeah, you should get more overs in this session, he said, because there are lots of spinners been operating. Palmer gets through his overs pretty quickly, so you should get a bit more overs in the session.
Loud appeal, not out, says umpire Gregory Brathwaite. You would know that he's not a man.
Shot.
Sharp single. And Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, I like the run in between these two young batters set. They've been not been hesitant. They've been very positive in the run in between the wickets. And they've been getting some good singles. Sharp ones too.
Or Rivaldo Clark, but Lovell stationed that point. So we're seeing good flow from the batters. Decisive stroke, yeah, crisp.
Yeah, but I'll advise them, playing on your back foot, you've got to look for that one that's going to slide on, that arm ball from Palmer. That's his big ball. That's his chick. He pushes you on the back foot and then he slides one through. So you got to be, looking out for that delivery.
Wears the 94 shirt on his back. 154 first-class matches before now. 678 first-class wickets. And first-class wickets would also include test wickets. So right now, 680 first-class wickets from the veteran Guyana left armour. No, swept away nicely.
Shot, well played.
Well placed and well swept.
Yep.
Rivaldo Clark, like the men of old. But it's quite a traditional shot. Very delicate, allowing the ball to come on and with the pace.
Yeah, sweep it around.
Yes, so Rivaldo Clark moves to 25. Dindial, who is on 37, will be facing Locknott, and they're respecting his hitting ability. Severe Sammy Pomol has been sent back onto the long on boundary. Comes down the track and he whips this one. It will be another 4.
Excellent shot.
That is timing.
Yeah, good use of the feet.
And he's going down the track. The bowler angled.
I'd rather seen an extra man in the onside, you know, for the off spinner. The ball is turning that way, which would have, you know, actually saved that ball. You haven't got a mid wicket, so you've got what? Backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid off on the offside. You know, with the bowler getting the ball to turn in, I think I'd rather see other man put into the onside.
Dindial does not play at that.
And
Made an attempt initially.
He's showing that he's real competent and up to what this off spinner is doing here.
The body language is so important.
Yeah. You know, I was doing some research last night and they're telling you that the body language is very important.
Non-verbal communication. I think that is something that perhaps the youngsters could learn. You have to send a signal. Too many times if your signal is sheepish, you're a little shy, the bowler will fox you out.
Yeah, he's going to think that he's always on top of you.
Here you see
they should see it in your face, said that you're ready for it and you're up to the challenge.
even in defense, he's confident. Quite a confident young batter.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
21 years old, former West Indies under 19 player. He goes down the track, lovely shot. Wow.
Good stuff.
Over the bowler's head. This is batting at its best.
And dispatched it.
So,
Shot
goes down again. His job is taken. He
Wow.
gives it away. He was coming down. Good bowling on the part of Locknott. Didn't give him any room. That one was closer to the body, closer to the pad, and he was going through with the shot. First attempt, he dropped it. Second attempt, no, he didn't allow it to go to the carpet. Caught it well above the waist. A good breakthrough here for Richie Locknott, and the fifth young batter from the academy walks out before lunch on this the first.
Big total. But he played pretty well for the stint that he had out in the middle. Pretty well. He looked decent. Use of his feet. Shot selection, all that looked pretty good. So
Yes.
he has a bit of work to do, but it was a good show by him.
Really showed his competencies, shows that he is a positive batter. He's not out here to crawl, but at the same time, you know, he would have measured it. You're just going in before lunch at 148 for 4. You'd have wanted to at least stay there for lunch, get it up to 150 for 4, come back after lunch, and then take it from there. And he is facing now. This time it's out to the offside. 30 overs and we are almost at 150, almost 5 runs per over, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, well, the young batters are showing that they're not going to be bogged down. And it's not for playing rash shots. They've been picking up a lot of single set, and that's a good thing for the West Indies Academy and for West Indies cricket on a whole.
Also must give credit to Richie Locknott. Locknott came in when the academy, they were really sailing well. 84 for 1. Came in, had the breakthrough.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's a bowler who likes to break partnerships, and the captain has used him in that respect very well. And he got the job done for the captain, breaking the partnership.
But it's the veteran Veerasamy Permaul toiling. Yet to see Gudakesh Moti. Young Nathan Edward, also another Leeward Island player from St. Martin. He would have had one game for the Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That was the first game at Coolidge of the bilateral series. Would have done well playing for the West Indies on the 19 in the World Cup. The last 2 World Cups. Did well with the ball and also provided some valuable innings with the bat. Could have almost taken the on the 19s into the semi-final, batting critical game with Joel Andrew. So he has batting competencies, covers up well.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent little all-rounder.
Quite skillful.
I enjoy seeing him bowl set. He bowls a pretty decent line. The game that he played in for the Leewards, he was not spot on, but good enough, holding his own.
This time he looks
where we saw the other Leewards bowlers could hardly bowl a dot ball, he was bowling a few, so he really, pulled out something.
So it is
lunch
here, Dave Joseph, just one short of 150. Winning the toss and batting, West Indies Academy, 149 for 5. And Mbiki Joseph, 60. 45 from the man, Mavendra Dindial. But the captain, he is still there. Rivaldo Clark on 26. In the meantime, they lost Damil Evelyn for 11. Javonte De Pisa for 3. And Carlton Bowen Tuckett for 1. With the captain, when we resume, will be Nathan Edward, who is yet to score. But the wickets went to 2 men. Veerasamy Permaul, 2 for 62. And Richie Locknott, 3 for 37. The spinners doing the job. So we will join you in 35 minutes after lunch, hoping that you'd have a good Mother's Day lunch. Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. We're delighted to be joining you after lunch on this, the first day of this game between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the West Indies Academy. As you have seen, Locknott is back into his work, and he's bowling to the West Indies Cricket Academy captain, who is locked into a good little patch. Dave Joseph was locked in lunch, looking good in defense on 26, Rivaldo Clark. But now he has Nathan Edward with him. He needs to shepherd the rest of the innings.
Lovely single into the covers by Clark. As you're saying, Seth, you've got to take control of the innings from here on. You know.
Yes,
I think Nathan Edwards is an all-rounder in this team, and then he's probably the last recognized batter, so you've got to take control of the innings from here on.
The 150 comes up off 31.3 overs. So 150 for 5.
Yeah, this partnership would be, something good for the academy team if they can get it going together for a while. I don't know if you realize that, but when you had the left and right hand combination, the Guyanese Harpy Eagles bowlers really struggled to get into a rhythm. So this would be something good for them to, if you can keep this partnership going, at least keep rotating the strikes, it will pose a bit of spot of bother for the Guyanese bowling attack.
I think that's a real good observation, because the opening pair and then the third wicket pair were the partnerships that really set back the Guyanese. And at that time, yes, you had Mbeke Joseph at the top of the order as the left-hander, helping out, providing being the aggressor with Evelyn also playing. And they too batted well. And it looks as though we're having a 4. Edwards, young Edward, just really working this one and getting his first run, getting off the
Will take some nerves away from him.
Yes.
He's been in before lunch, but he's hasn't really got into his stride, so still in the very starting stages of his innings.
So the point is the left and right combination now comes back into play, and we now see Virasamy Pamwal coming back after lunch. Locknott having 3 for 42, Pamwal having 2 for 61. And this is going to be a battle between him and Rivaldo Clark.
Yes, these are some of the things that, the young players have got to learn. You got to learn to bat for each other. Left and right hand combination, you should know, the importance of it. So batting and staying at the crease should be something of great importance to them.
So we were speaking about that factor of converting from where you are. You're young, yes, you have the talent, you're confident, you have the necessary skills to advance the innings. Again, is it desire to get to the 100? Is it? I'm a bit lost on that point. That's a point that.
No, you've got to have that desire set to, get to big scores and get to bigger teams, as a youngster.
Because when I look at the average of some of these younger players, you're seeing 23, 27, the highest you may see 31, maybe 33. And in the context of even regional championships before, you'll be having guys getting averages in 80s, in the 50s, 100, etc. But, we're seeing a little bit of it now, but in terms of the youngsters, we are not seeing the conversion of consistency, the conversion of a half century to a century. And I believe something is just missing.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a lot of personal work, I think, Seth. You've got to have that desire to go and train, put in the work, and then at the end of the day, you've got to say, my hard work should count or should pay off at some point. You've got to stick to your guns and make sure it pays off,
If we look at the two critical innings here, Mbeki Joseph with his 60 and Mavendra Dindial on 45, those were really well put together innings. But they lost them sort of loosely at critical times.
Yeah, again,
just before the interval one and just after a break another.
Yeah, well, as I said, you've got to go and put in the hard work, set training, and then back yourself. You know, the pride for a batsman or with a young or senior batsman is to get into a century mark. So you should want to get to that century. And as I said, these things should have been engraven and rooted in them from a younger age. You know, like I managed to have the responsibility of coaching Princess Margaret, and I've got a young guy down here in Athens, and I've been impressing upon him is to make sure you can score hundreds after hundreds after hundreds, and even bigger hundreds into Dublin. He got a double century this year, and that speaks well when you're scoring centuries from a young age. So
it becomes a habit.
The habit, you're creating that habit. The appetite for it.
Edward looks comfortable, rather confident in his defense. Plays as an all-rounder, not only in the under-19 team, well, in the West Indies under-19 team, but also in this academy team. You'd expect to play dual role. Again, turning around the strike, turning over the strike. Good single.
Yeah, that's very important, set, to keep rotating the strike. This will keep the bowlers unsettled. And I must say that I'm impressed with the running between the wickets for the young academy team. These guys have been very positive in their running. And, they're taking a lot of, sharp singles and that kind of stuff.
Well, and I think that was clear as we have just completed the third over after lunch, that if you were able to get in 30 overs, 31 overs before lunch, and you have been rotating the strike, yet they had a very heavy boundary percentage, 19 fours and 4 sixes. That tells the story why the score was up to 149 for 5 before lunch. That was really a high level scoring in a first class game.
Yeah,
in terms of the run rate.
Some good batters that were striking the ball pretty well when they get a chance to, and that's good to see. And as well, they were taking the singles, running the twos and turning the twos into threes. So that's a good way to go for young West Indies Academy.
Sami Pomal continues.
Excellent single again.
Wow. Could be more.
No.
Or they decided not. The ball struck the bat?
Struck the bat, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. But good bit of work by the guy and his captain and wicket keeper too.
Yes.
Whipped off his gloves and threw it down at the non-strikers and unfortunately he struck the bat of Edwards, so wasn't able to hit the stumps or anything.
Much has not been said about Imlak this season, simply because, another quick one. Well, he gets in quite well, and you could see the frustration on the Guyanese fielders. These two are fleet-footed. They're high on energy and quite young and enthusiastic. So Imlak has not scored as many runs as expected, and I think the fact that he would have been the incumbent West Indies wicketkeeper, with Josh De Silva turning up and being among the top batters going into the playoff.
Shot, sweet. Good shot by Edwards.
Yes.
Edward. Through the covers, picking up 2 nice easy runs.
Chandapal's attempt was a good one, but he couldn't avoid the 4. So with Imlak not scoring well, Josh De Silva scoring over 318 runs leading up to the the second and third place playoff. And also Amir Django being among the runs. Both would have scored double hundreds. You know, some questions now would have come whether Imlak should retain his position or whether the selectors would look elsewhere. So he has been doing a good job behind the wicket, and also with his leadership to take his team directly into the final, ending the bilateral series at the top of the table. But he would love to score some runs here and transition into the final.
Yeah, keep his name in the selectors' mouths, or in the thoughts of the selectors.
And that is against the background. The over comes to an end, but that is against the background that the West Indies batting has been the biggest headache. And even those who have played, you can't say that anyone is really entrenched in their position if you look at the batting lineup. So I think it's an interesting prospect.
It's going to be an interesting post to select that team.
The headache is Darren Sammy's.
Whether you're going to play one of the wicket keepers as a batter or what, that's another option.
If they're in form. Rivaldo Clark, he has this way of, he comes forward, it looks...
He just angles the bat set and allows the ball to run down towards the third man.
He looks so at ease. He's coming forward and you think that he's just meeting it with the full face, and then at the last moment,
rolls the
wrist and angles the ball down backward of point, and that I think is
that's a good plus.
Not a regular skill, it's a special skill for this young batter. Now you're seeing, Dave, the intent that they realize that they have time on their hand, that they have to be patient.
Yeah, you need to stay at the crease, and bat for long periods. Can't be in any hurry. I've got 4 days cricket to play. If you don't bat for a day set, you're going to be in some trouble. That's a good shot.
It will beat Pamal into the boundary. Try some football skills, but not adequate enough.
Well played by Edward. It's a good shot. That's a shot of a top order batsman.
So we're seeing good skill levels from the young batters from this academy team. What we want to see is continuity in the innings, and Becky Joseph, he stood out at the top of the order with his very aggressive batting and also solid defense. To be fair, he mixed it up well. May have been just a tad anxious to get on with it at the wrong time. And then we saw Mavendra Dindial with a superb knock, but really didn't carry on. Oh, Edward again. Shot. Look at that.
Shot. Banged away through the covers of the back foot.
Wow, the first one was good, but this one was...
He has a bit of class in terms of the batting.
And these young batters, they are not going to sit around and allow and see some gifts coming, because that was a gift. But it took some skills to get it there.
I think what happened from the shot he played before set, bowlers been forced to put the ball in a bit shorter, because when he went fuller and he spanked it to the cover, so he pulled the length back, and then Edwards was equal to the task still of the back foot.
They're coming through again. Oh, the frustration in the field for the Guyana fielders, because these young batters, they are picking the gap and they are running through, and they're comfortable and quite confident with these sharp singles.
Yeah, most definitely said, and that's a very good, hallmark of, batsmanship, being able to take the singles and judge them well.
So Clark needs to have a big bat, a long bat in. Even Edward, he can't do himself anything better than to at least come out of this with a good score. But he flashes at this one. Dave, you recognize the move to bring a silly mid-off into play. A silly point, you may want to say, but whew, that's another beauty from Virasamy Pamal.
Yeah, Edwards has got to show some patience.
Virasamy Pamal at the top of his game. Oh, edge caught! Kevlon Anderson takes the catch. We have seen he was well set up. The two previous deliveries, he was totally at sea. And now he prodded forward, taking the edge. And they have lost wicket number 6 at a critical time.
Yeah, brilliant catch at first there. Edwards would have been, hard pressed. First.
Showing some decline here. Just what? We're in the 6th over after lunch. They have already lost a wicket. Batting after the break becomes important, or just before the break. I think those are the things must be drilled in to some of the youngsters.
Crucial moments. You got to make sure you get yourself past these periods,
So out comes Amari Goodrich. And can he stay with his captain? Captain needs to steady the ship. But if he's got to steady the ship, Dave, he would need the other batters to bat with him, to stay with him. The end of a successful over from Virasamy Pamal. He has 3 for 67. And over in which he brought up his 600th first class wicket for Guyana in regional competition.
Yeah, lovely stuff by Pamal. He has actually stuck to the guns, and young players are not being patient enough, so they've managed to fall for, some of his, deliveries. I like his ploy, though, to most of the batters. He bowls them a few wide ones, and then he goes on the stumps.
Rivaldo Clark solid as a rock. So Goodrich, 4 first-class matches. And he is another young player for this West Indies Academy team. Rivaldo Clark goes at it. And it bounces just, does it? In fact, no, it clears the rope. And he himself, he has decided that he's going on the attack. He has gotten a 6. He moves to 36. Umpire has changed his decision, so I believe I was right. No 6 and then change to 4. But Rivaldo Clark is looking good, but at the same time, he needs to be batting for time, Dave.
Yeah, he need to stay there to, as I say, steady his ship and pull his team out of the spot of bother.
Wow, that's a false stroke. He was looking to go on the offside. You call it the Chinese cut, and the ball taking the inside edge and going out into the onside, but he gets a single nevertheless.
Yeah, these are things that, the young batters, they will learn as they go along. Set. The ball is turning into him, but he's looking to drive it through the offside. You got to be careful, opening up the gap between bat and pad. And that's where you saw that ball actually coming off the inside edge into the onside.
Oh, that's a crisp
Sweet
drive by Goodrich. To be coming in as the number 8 batter. And showing that calm, assured approach must be comforting for Rivaldo Clark. Locknott completes his 12th over. 173 for 6.
Yeah, as I said, Locknott been plugging away. Young batters has just got to show patience, Make sure you can stand up to the test of times. Clark has been doing pretty well. I think he started pretty shakily.
Yes. Clark was a bit on the, uncertain side when he came in. He came in at a time when a few wickets would have fallen. De Pisa departed. He had, realized that much of the burden was on him as the captain of the team.
Shot. Yeah, Clark plays his shot pretty well, set square of the wicket and even behind point.
He's looking comfortable against Sami Pomal.
Yeah, he's looks in command. So as I said, it's going to be a patience game, and that's what most spinners thrive on. Who has the most patience? Very well played again by Clark.
Just needs to keep batting. Captaincy has been placed on him. And he knows that it's important. He's just 23 years old. The young Barbadian would have showed up for the St. Lucia Kings in CPL, also Barbados Royals, but also a former West Indies under 19 player. Oh, just flicks it nicely off the pads. Niall Smith will not. Oh, he stops it well. A bit of
football.
Yes,
skills.
Footballing skills, man, on the display. And what a fielding from is now the man in the picture, Clark. Batting well. That's the scoreboard at the back, in fact on the wall. And it's next to the original scoreboard, the manual scoreboard here at here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. Not the electronic stuff that you'd see at the Viv Richards Stadium. Remember, the ARG is the tradition, is the original home of Test cricket and first-class cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. Wow, that one kept a bit low.
Yeah.
Dave, is it a change in the pitch, or is it Locknort's bowling?
Well, it's the first one you've seen keeping a bit low, so let's have a look, see what goes on.
Oh, they're coming through for a quick one. Goodrich has long legs, and he was able to get Clark through.
Yeah, that was very good single here by two young batters. Clark was actually ambling through. Yeah, so he called for that single, and he was, well off his mark and got it pretty easily.
So Rivaldo Clark came into this game, 10 first-class matches behind him. At that time, he had 399 runs, so he has moved over the 400 mark, now 436 runs, 3 half centuries, a highest of 78. And this time he goes big.
That's a big shot.
A big shot and a big man's shot.
Yeah, that's a big shot.
Wow.
Very well.
Of the bat in timing with the flight to delivery.
Yeah, I was just having a look at him there, set, and his balance is superb. When he defends, he's in total command. And whenever he plays his shot, he's really balanced at the crease.
I told you I have an eye for this youngster. And when I said I was wondering why he was not included in the Pride's team, it may seem a bit presumptuous. But when you have young talent like this, it's not one that you want to hide under the bushel or wait until an opportunity comes. You need to allow him. You may say, okay, he hasn't had a century in his 10 previous matches, but 3 half centuries, that's a rate of every 3 games.
Well,
So we would have had the discussion previously with young Kevin Wickham. We saw him at the academy a few years ago, and we said a talent like that should be fast track. And now he has 3 centuries in 3 matches. So that's a talent.
Yeah, what you've got to realize that these guys, they're not really out of the woods in terms of their training, but they're still on show playing for the West Indies Academy, so they're still in the game. And in the eyes of the selectors.
They have an opportunity here, that's right.
So
take it even though it was not a full series. This one is driven. Goodrich will
4.
get a 4. Tall and really.
Yeah, that was played off the up to, and that was a good shot.
Yes.
Used his height very well. His height is what played a part in that shot. He just stood up tall and stroked it to the covers.
Punching that one well. And Saint Vera Sami Pomol, I am here. He's proving that he's here. In defense.
We see now Moti looking like he's getting loose, like he's going to come into the attack at some point.
So Rivaldo Clark emerging over the last couple of years. Made his first class debut and list a debut for the academy in 2024. Oh, this time he goes back, but Lovely's in the way. And the same year he made his, in fact 2 years earlier, he made his T20 debut for the St. Lucia Kings. So he has been around, but had gotten a few look-ins, but not the consistent opportunities that you'd want for a young talented player. Oh, played it from deep in the crease at one stage. That one was a quicker one, you'd say, from the spinner. But he was equal to the task. Amar Goodrich also, one of those young emerging players. 4 first-class matches. has a highest score of 75, an average of 20.85, so he is considered, would be at that age, good enough as an all-rounder. And he has shown that he's good enough with the bat, technically. You can say 1/2 century out of 4 first-class matches. A good start, but he needs now to root himself in.
Yeah, most definitely. See how much he can dig in and get some runs. These guys are, pretty young set, and they've got the opportunity to do that. They have got, systems being put in place, training, most of the time at, for the academy.
Gudakesh Moti comes on.
Ooh.
And immediately you see Rivaldo Clark stretching forward. This is going to be a test. So they have had two left. They have had much of Pomol from this end and also the northern end. Now Moti has come in, so they're getting both left arm spinners, different in approach. And they have had. He goes at this, and this may be his downfall. Lover comes around, does not take the catch. And Rivaldo Clark, I think, being a bit brave there. It was just delivery number 2 from Gudakesh Moti. He was trying to play, and we were talking about the wind, and he would have been hitting against the wind. And the
Fortunate, but he is a new bowler. You've got to have a look.
precisely.
Have a look, work out his pace. I think he's bowling a bit faster than Pamal and the other.
And
Look not.
Pushing it through.
Yeah.
Also, he's a man of high caliber. Show some defiance, as he did. Full face of the bat. Show some respect.
Just have a look for a few overs, a few balls, and then you can work your way out what you're going to do.
Quicker delivery from Moti. Well played. But it's how easily he could have lost his wicket. 43 he has scored from 58 deliveries. Batting well. Lots of time in the game. A good delivery, but
well played.
Stretches forward and shows the full face of the bat. Well measured.
Yeah, well played by young Clark. And, as I said, you've got to show that level of patience. Being able to bat for long times, long periods. That's what's going to pull you out of the spot you're in. You've got to stand up and bat for your team. You're the captain. You're the last recognized batter still. You've got to really come up chumps with this for this innings.
Yeah, 2 players I have not seen in the West Indies Academy team. McKinney Clark, the St. Lucian the young pacer. I know Teddy Bishop would have returned to Grenada, I heard, prior to the season. I'm not quite sure what's it with Teddy Bishop. These are young, outstanding players with immense ability. Having seen them over the years, and I'm just wondering what's, happening to these youngsters. So Pramod with 3, Locknott with 3. They have been doing the job. They have done the bulk of the bowling. Pramod in fact started from the southern end or the factory road end. He started after Niall Smith opened the bowling from the Viv Richards Pavilion, and it was Pramod who came on in the second over.
No, he opened the bowling with Niall
Smith.
Yeah.
And when we look at it, he has basically bowled on change apart from an over to change the end.
Yeah, that's real human service.
Serious human service, because look at it. 20's in his 21st over, and we're in the 43rd over of the game. And this man has been bowling his heart out. This time,
it's a big shot again.
A lovely shot. A shot bringing up the 50.
6 runs over. Wide,
what a shot.
Long on.
From this young talent, Rivaldo Clark. He was just on the pads. And we are going to watch this, Dave. We're going to watch this in real motion. Rivaldo Clark.
said,
Winston
Reed,
Reed.
it reminds me very much of when I used to play against him. You flight the ball into your pads, and that's a shot I used to play against him a lot. Yeah, excellent shot by Clark.
So there's some reflection of Dave Joseph.
Yeah.
So Dave Joseph, perhaps we may need you. Well, we would have to find out who runs the academy and get you in there. Can I be your agent?
Well, you have all free will to do what you want to do. From here. Yeah, but that's an excellent shot there by Clark, and he was real positive in doing that.
Yes, so,
Yeah.
and you're speaking, so therefore I'm going to get the legal papers. I'm not going to tell you who's going to be my legal consultant. So I'll get all the legal papers together, and we're going to get you into the academy because you're seeing glimpses. Because when you spoke about Winston Reed, he gave yeoman service to Barbados cricket. And there's some who would be disturbed that he never played for the West Indies. He was always among the top bowlers, amongst the top bowlers in regional first-class cricket.
Yeah, I think in my day, the West Indies were mainly looking at, right-arm
Fast.
leg spinners.
That's
The
right,
right-arm
apart
leg
from the
spinners
fast
rather than
bowlers.
the orthodox left-arm spinners.
So Clark is on 51 and looking to see his team pass 200. They're 196 for 6 after 43 overs. Good batting by himself. And Amari Goodrich, who was after the dismissal
Of Edwards?
of Edward, had really steadied the ship with his captain.
Yeah, well, Amari has been giving good support, and that's good to see. They haven't thrown up their hands. They're batting all the way down deep. So Clark will just have to stay around, and he looks like he has good support in
Goodrich.
Amari. Goodrich.
Yes, and it's always important. It heightens the confidence. Goodrich looks so easy as well. As I mentioned, a youngster at least has a first-class half-century, 75. His highest score. He's right-arm medium fast bowler as well. Looks confident with the bat.
Yeah, it's good to see these young players set that low in the order, and they're batting with that sort of class and that sort of technique. It's just for them to transfer it, as you say, into some big scores.
Yes. The highest so far has been 60. Scored by Mbeki Joseph, the Trinidad and Tobago left-hander. Saw a good knock from Dindial.
Shot, sweet.
Lovely.
2 easy runs into the inside.
And Lovell having some work. So we have seen some good talent on show on both sides, some good potential. You would have realized the wickets were taken by the two, Look North and Sammy Pramod, but it was good to see a little glimpse of some pace from Thaddeus Lovell.
Shot.
Driven back. Oh. Dislodging the stump. There was an appeal. The hope for Moti was that his hand, the ball may have deflected from his hand, because Rivaldo Clark, as one of those players who want to get along with it, would have already been walking out of his crease, hoping to exploit the possibility of a run. But fortunately, the ball did not hit Moti's hand.
Yeah, that was what you call playing straight set. Absolutely straight. I think it struck the center stumps. Stump on his way back. Driven by Goodrich.
Wow.
Shot. Sweet.
Not only sweet, Niall Smith is there, but he actually punched it off the stumps.
Yeah.
Went back and punched it off the middle stump.
Well, he had the height set. Yep.
He does. So the over comes to an end. Moti is second, none for 5. He has not yet troubled anything. 30 partnership, a 30-run partnership so far for these two for the 7th wicket. And Goodrich and Clark, they are definitely looking good.
I was looking at Clark, and I've been juggling my memory to see who he reminds me of. But there was a young player at some point in Barbados, Hurley.
Oh, Ryan Hurley.
Ryan Hurley. He
Wow.
reminds me very much of Hurley. He plays it with a lot of ease.
Natural class, natural
Yeah.
gift. Goodrich looking good. There was also another player out of the Windward Islands, I think from St. Lucia, played on the 19 cricket, Leonardo Julian. I haven't heard much about him in recent time. Very good young player. We're going to have to put some tracking device on our players. When they leave the under-19s, when they leave the academy.
They do disappear after that,
Yes.
that age group, after 19s. We have that similar problem in Antigua too, sir.
Yes, so we have to
Guys
do something.
segue into different.
So I have given you an assignment, so I'm going to take one, to be fair. We're on the verge of 100, so on the 200. And Goodrich is, in fact, Clark looking in full command. So I am going to go on a hunt to see if you can get into the academy to help with the training of some of these young batters.
Yeah, well,
All right.
I'll be happy to at any time.
And then I'm going to go on a hunt, pulling the presidents from the Leewards and the Windwards to see if there can be a redemptive approach to those younger on the 19. Those on the 23 players who, I'm not saying they have lost their way because I don't know everything. But when you see that they're missing and you know the quality of the players, the skill level, the talent, we're going to see what can be done, because that can really be critical to the rebuilding of West Indies cricket, or the resurgence of West Indies cricket, especially in a time when you're having 3 formats. Some may be not lost, but some may go the T20 route, some may go the 50 over route, but Test cricket still has its appeal. Rivaldo Clark showing that he can display patience and mix it with aggression. Plays a good shot to end the over, a defensive one in which he prodded out into the offside. He remains on 51, and Amari Goodrich on 10. The 201 for 6, Dave. The 200 coming up, or 44.2 overs, and a good, strong platform. I think once they have gotten to 200 within 2 sessions, that is unthinkable.
Yeah,
that is a
stuff,
feat in itself, even though they would have lost 6 wickets.
Yeah, just thinking that they've lost probably 2 wickets more than they should have. And as you say, it's a very good, batting display by the young academy team.
So Moti, good a catch. And Godric punches that one. Oh, that's 4. That's
4.
classy.
Lovely stuff.
Uses his reach, because in fact he just moved back and almost it's refreshing, Dave. It's refreshing.
Yeah, as you say, some good talent coming out.
It is refreshing. Mothers, if you're watching, your sons are doing well, you must be happy. And Becky Joseph 60, Daniel Evelyn 11. And even though everyone did not get runs, they are quite happy. Changing the field, but he finds the gap and gets a single.
Yeah, that once you push that man back at cover on the boundary, it actually eases the pressure. And as I said, it actually sends a signal.
Yes.
So the batter should know, well, I'm on top now. So you need to capitalize and stay in. Shot, sweet, nice.
Roll and stroll.
Yeah, well
Just
played by
rolling
Clark.
the wrists, strolling down for the single. You have made the point that one of the things that the other regional teams need to learn from their captain, the academy, the rotation of the strike. Goodrich looks so comfortable and confident.
Yeah, he looks to me like a top order batsman based on how he's shaping up. Sweet. Good stuff.
And we have not yet seen him going over the top. In the innings, he has not shown.
Been along the carpet all the way.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's not losing patience. He's focused on, his mission here. He has seen two batters going into half centuries, Mbiki Joseph and Rivaldo Clark, who is not out. He has seen Mavendra Dindial getting close to a half century and not getting there, getting out for 45. And he must be saying, well, I'm only on 15, but I can build the blocks slowly.
Yeah, well, he has his captain there with him, so no reason to, get in any rash situations or in a hurry. Just stick around with the captain. And as you say, stroll along.
I think one of the keys is that these players know each other well. So the running between the wicket is not a factor. The chemistry, you're seeing that positivity. One of the issues, though, that I saw that they could learn from when Tuckett and Clark were batting, not Tuckett, sorry, Edward. Twice Edward was beaten by Veerasamy Permaul, and Clark did not call him down. Sometimes you need that little interruption, that little communication to break up that momentum from the bowler and to also call the batsman's attention. So perhaps a little communication there could also work along with the non-verbal issues that we were raising.
Yeah, those are some of the points that you can add. Said that's a very good point. To break up the rhythm of the bowler and that kind of stuff. But as you said, these players are young players and they'll learn these things as they go along.
Veerasamy Permaul is going to continue. I'm not laughing, Dave, but if there were two overworked bowlers in the regional tournament, it's Veerasamy Permaul and what's in the Rakeem Cornwall. They would just take on.
I don't think they overwork, said they.
But you have 5 bowlers, and in some cases
as
6.
a bowler, you should want to bowl.
Yes, I agree. But when you look at the distribution of overs, I think it would be nice to do a research of that. Lovely shot, but only a single to Goodrich. The distribution, for instance, you have another senior pro in Gudakesh Moti coming in, after 42 overs would have been bowled.
Yeah, well, it's an opportunity to put the young off spinner on show. Shot, sweet. Well fielded.
You like to talk about sweet, Dave. You're enjoying the sweet.
You actually can hear the sound of the bat set. It's sweet.
So just to keep listeners abreast in terms of what is happening at Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Ooh.
Oh, this is wonderful. Rivaldo Clark, Dave Joseph, just swinging this one from middle and off into the straight mid-wicket boundary. Flat 6. This man is really... And this time he defends. That's what you want to see. So just to update you, at Coolidge Cricket Ground, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are 123 for 3 against the Barbados Pride. Cephas Cooper, he's on 83 not out. Evan Lewis only got 7. Jed Gooley 33. Jason Mohammed, he got a duck. Amir Jangu is at the crease. And Josh Da Silva is the man who is going to come in after. This one is run down the road. And it will be another 4.
Yes, that he plays his shot really
and McKenny Clark. I'm saying Clark now. I'm Rivaldo Clark. It's Clark. There's so many Clark. McKenny, your time did not come this time, but Rivaldo Clark has really been batting like a batter of a very special level. And he is really motoring on here.
What we must say here is that he's a small player, but he has a lot of power. Clark.
Has a lot of power. In fact, in his 62 to date, coming from 76 deliveries, 6 fours and 3 sixes. And those sixes have been against top class bowling. He's now the top scorer as well of the innings. Has eclipsed the score made by Mbeki Joseph, the opener, who got 60.
Shot.
Every time Goodrich hits the ball, Dave Joseph said shots and sweet.
Yeah, he's
Like to see these young players.
No sort of trouble at all. He's just playing with all ease and comfort.
You must know they have a lot of overs. You expect
time.
90 overs in a day. So tell yourself you want to bat the 90 overs.
And more.
They have just about halfway there, 46 only. We're in the 47th. And it doesn't matter what they do now. They would bring in the silly mid off. It's not bothering Rivaldo Clark. This young Barbadian batter. Wicket keeper batter. Goes back and he picked that one that it was coming a little quicker.
Yeah, the key to it and the good thing about it is watching the ball all the way set onto his bat.
And the initial movement, the ability to transition from front foot to back foot. The balance you spoke about. Oh,
sweet.
Look at this. Didn't get it as fine as he wanted, but we'll get 2 runs. Even the birds on the ground, we call them ground up, they're in acknowledgement. They're flying away from the ball, acknowledging that something special is unfolding here.
You know, I rather like that shot he played just now. Said that will put some
nice
pressure
little
on the
paddle
bowler.
sweep, yes.
So he knows that that line is not somewhere where he wants to bowl.
Now, Locknott early in his spell had 2 for 9, and now it's 3 for 83. So he has come up against some special batters who decided that they won't let him think that he can have his way.
Well, I think he was tiring. You could see that in his bowling. And his captain rightfully took him out of
This
the attack.
time,
yeah, give him a little break and then, you know, he's back again. Said. But as he says, Clark has been batting pretty well. And he's actually putting some pressure on the bowlers now. He's playing, you know, a few shots that he's been adding to his repertoire. And he's been going along pretty nicely.
yes, definitely looks good. Bringing up his 4th first class 50. His 4th first class 50 in only 11 matches. And you really have to give this youngster some credit.
So we have a switch in ends. Moti's coming from the northern end now. And Palmer has been relieved of his duties.
He has to be careful because Moti can be clever, would have recognized something. The captain also picked that Clark's the 2 sixes that he struck from this end where the breeze is blowing. He was able to ease Veersamy Pamal between mid-wicket and long on. Bring in Moti. Moti may just be getting pretty closer and faster.
Yeah, he's definitely bowling quicker through the air than the other bowlers. So Clark has got to be, you know, more watchful and, you know, execute a bit more patience.
When you have the
Yeah,
batters,
well, you've got to try to pull it back at some point because they're scoring pretty freely. So he has gone down a bit flatter, and then I guess he's going to start to vary from here. Shot.
that's 4.
Bang the way through the covers.
That's 4. Once you are thrive for short, he is giving it the full treatment because he transitions the weight from the front to the back foot so easily that you see him coming forward. And then once it's just a bit offline or a bit short, he goes back and spanks it. And on that occasion, he did it with a lot of timing and power.
Yeah, well, the length to him has got to be, spot on set because he's a little bit shorter than all the normal players. So you've got to be spot on with that length that you're going to bowl to him. That's where he's managing to capitalize on the short balls.
You're saying something, so height matters.
Of course it does.
Interesting perspective
And
here.
at the other end,
Goodrich
is using his height. Whenever the ball is being pitched in, just back of a length, he stands up tall and he plays it very well. So it's a good pair here, good combination, good batting combination here with both of them. Especially at this time where, you have the spinners in operation.
Well, we have seen I'm
thinking we should have seen Smith coming back in the attack.
Well, that was my thought, especially coming back after lunch. You could have seen Smith, and perhaps you may want to even try Lovell and see how even though I prefer the fast bowl.
A couple of spells in the last games we saw him here. Smith,
yes.
And he bowled pretty well.
Yes. Not quite sure what the thought is from Tevim Imlak. He wants to work out something with the spinners. He's trying to keep his seamer maybe on the wraps.
Shot. Well run again.
So Smith perhaps. Yes, so we're seeing a good partnership being built here. Smith may be called upon soon, but Goodrich has been, as an all-rounder, medium-fast bowler, coming at number 8, as I mentioned already, has a half century in one of his innings in his 4 first-class games. Has really looked up, keep saying McKinney, but Rivaldo Clark. McKinney, if you're listening, I'm calling your name. Perhaps the call is, where are you? With that immense talent that you have. But he's really providing the support for Rivaldo Clark, and he's doing it without blemish.
Yeah, Goodrich has been batting pretty well. I'm pretty impressed with his composure. He's nice and calm. As I'm saying, he's pretty solid at the crease. So, as I said, Clark has very good support in him, so he just needs to continue to bat. Not an easy single again for Clark.
Rivaldo Clark has been one of those players who has had the opportunity. Not every player would have had the opportunity to play first class, and also List A, the 50-over version regionally, and also playing the T20 arrangement. So a special brand of players have done that.
He must have been, because to have that, being thrown into the T20 setup, and then they're still playing at the 4-day setup and the Super 50s.
I want to say good day to my good friend Richard Clark from Barbados. Clark, if you're listening, good afternoon to you, and all the other guys, Alvin Best and all the other guys over there in Barbados. Franklin Stevenson, if you're listening, good afternoon to you. A whole set of guys, can't call up everybody, but I trust that you are having a good viewing. And to our friends, not only in the Caribbean, not only in Guyana, not only in the Leewards, the Windwards, Barbados, Trinidad, and Jamaica, but also those in the diaspora, wherever you are. It's good to be in touch. Oh, that one. Oh, good stop.
Well fielded.
Really good diving act from Loch North. But we just want to say good afternoon to you. We appreciate your WhatsApps and your communication even after games. We just want to say the West Indies cricket is still strong and it will rebound. Well, we are still a talented group, and I believe that we are just around the corner to restore things at the test level. So we're seeing the talent, and the talent pool may not be as large as the talent pool that you would have with India. India, the most populous country in the world, has eclipsed China on that. So they're going to have a pool of like talent at the top level. In the days gone by, we had the best of the best, but that's really a few players. We are not going to have that, but we're having the quality, and once it's nurtured, once it's given the exposure, and I think CWI, to their benefit, has done a lot of exposure. They have sent the academy to Sri Lanka. They're going back to Sri Lanka soon. You're having these little emerging tours, the A tours, but it's up to the players. Lovely shot again from Amari Goodrich. This partnership is building nicely.
Yeah, they're going along pretty well, Seth. With all the ease in the world. Let's hope that they can, keep on executing and going well.
Yes.
Yeah, you were talking about the exposure being offered by the West Indies Cricket Board. Yeah, and there has been, quite a bit of that. You've got to give them their props to that. And investing in the young players too. That's been a great thing.
Well, Dave, our first hour, can you believe it?
After lunch.
After lunch. And we are seeing that we were at lunch on 31 overs. This is amazing. 31 overs at lunch. We have had 19 overs in an hour because it has been an all-spin attack. And we have continued to see relatively good batting, and we'll see you after this break. So we're back after the first hour's break after lunch. And the news is that McKinney Clark, the captain of the West Indies Cricket Academy, is on 72. And he's in a partnership with Amari Goodrich. And it is Locknott, the man who will be coming back. And quite an interesting scenario. Dave, here we have just had an all-spin diet from this end. No fast bowler would have bowled from this, the southern end, for the entire game. For all 51 overs that we have seen, it has been all spin. Locknott, Moti, and Veerasamy Permaul all will have exchanged play at this end. And we have not seen the seamers coming back even after lunch.
Yeah, well, having a look at the track early this morning, said what I've seen. This end looks like it would have been a better end for the spinners to me. Coming from that side, you've got a tinge of grass in a good area. So I think that's why they're working away from that end with the Pacers.
Clark covers up. So let's look at what has been happening with the bowling. Niall Smith only 5 overs. None for 20. He bowled the first 5 from the Players Pavilion end. And he was steady. Struck about a little bit for a couple of 4s, but was steady. He did create some bother for the opening pair. Veerasamy Permaul, he's the man who has bowled the bulk of the overs. And we would look at him. 23 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 93. So whereas he took the wickets, going at over 4 runs per over, first over after the break has been completed. But Thaddeus Lovell, you cited that he has pace, didn't have all the control. 3 overs, none for 29. He was really roughed up, but at the same time you're seeing good pace coming. Would you have brought him back? Question?
Yeah, well, when you have these young players, you've got to, manage them well in terms of the captaincy. Trying to get them to bowl in the areas where you really want them to bowl instead of, going along on their own merry way. I think he has got, he's a young talent and he has got quite a bit of, gas and some speed on him. So just a matter of getting the balls in the right areas, and he should be a little handful in the future if he keeps working at his game.
Quick single taken. Wow, loud appeal, not out. Says umpire Geese, not out. So Rivaldo Clark lives to fight another day. It was a sharp single. Richie Locknott, though, 16 overs, 1 maiden.
Yeah, I think
3 for 72.
Yeah, Clark on that occasion for that one, he was actually, liming a bit. He needs to run through and run his singles. When you get into the crease, then he starts to relax.
And the man Gudakesh Moti, who is in action here, 5.2 overs, no maiden, none for 20. So you're seeing quite a lot of spin coming through. Oh, brilliant again. Brilliant again. They will chase, but they would not catch that one. Rivaldo Clark at his best. In fact, he has just reached his highest first-class score. Gone past his highest of 75, so he's going.
More runs for him again.
Knows where to find his boundaries, knows when to take the single, knows when to pressure the bowlers and the fielders. He's a small lad. Has a big heart.
It's another 2 easily.
I think Guyana lapsing a little bit in the field. And they better take this seriously, because habits are important in the game.
Yeah,
You may be saying you're against the academy already in the final, but it may well be a wake-up call.
No, it's a serious game, this one, still.
Oh, what a shot. This time you saw aggression from the big guy. Full toss on the pads, Moti or not. Here he comes.
Yeah, I remember one of my good friends, good old friend Winston Benjamin, said to me, "You call me Soppy." He said, "Soppy, a half volley is a half volley, a full toss is a full toss. Doesn't matter who bowls them."
That's right.
So it's been put away by Goodrich and put away excellently for 4.
And I usually say, I play the ball and not the bowler.
Not the man, yeah.
I play the ball and not the bowler. So if the best bowler bowls a long hop or rank full toss, it must get maximum treatment. New over, Lock North. He has been the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, he's been bowling. He bowled pretty well in the start, and then, as you said, he break the partnership and he kept on going. But then he tired, got really tired to the end of that first spell. And now he's back again, and he's back on track again.
It's really good to see. Oh, classy shot, but Chandapal is in the way. So I was making a point. The first game here between Windward Islands, Volcanoes, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, for the first hour, 8 runs were scored during the first hour. In this match, by the time we got to the first hour, the score was already 80. So you saw a difference in approach. I'm not being critical here, but I'm just asking, what determines the approach taken when you're batting?
Yeah, well, Shot, I think what could cause some issues is the surface that you're playing on, and I think the surface that they played on would have been much more conducive to like fast bowling.
Okay.
And
let me let me bring context to that. That first hour was the first hour of the second day, because the first hour of the first day, Niall Smith had already ripped through the Windward stop order, and then the Guyanese were into bat, and then Chanjapol and the like, they struggled on the first hour for 8 runs. That was a tough 8 runs.
I'll tell you something,
but this is not tough now. This is easy flowing runs now for the man Goodrich.
Yeah, well, this is the point that you've got to make note of and watch set. When it's coming easy like this, sometimes you tend to get some rash shots.
Get carried away.
Yeah, so this is the point that they got to really buckle down and make sure they see themselves through this patch. But
well,
I'll tell you something back to the game you were commenting on. On that second day, I'll tell you, the grass that you did not see, that was rolling to the surface, might have been protruding now.
Oh.
And so that might have caused some problems for, them.
So you're hearing it from the former West Indies player Dave Joseph, a man who blasted bowlers all ends up, whether they were from Australia
Bearing in mind that you could ask for the pitch to be cut
during the
start of
the game, yes.
But I guess they didn't do it, so
they suffer the consequences.
With the protruding of these guys, you tend to get a little bit more, zip, a little bit more movement, that kind of stuff.
Scoring rate has kept about 4.5 throughout the game so far. First day of this game, McKinney Clark getting a faster one.
As we were commenting, set on that same, look at the track. You're saying that was the third track? Third pitch?
Yes, they played on the third track.
And you have a look at it now. Look at where the grass is being springing up. You'll see exactly the evidence of it.
Another one.
Dabbed away.
With
down
ease.
to third man. 4 runs easily.
McKinney Clark milking the bowling. He's playing it. You come to him. He is Rivaldo Clark. Oh, I am just apologizing to Rivaldo and that one, again, delicately placed, dabbed.
I
And
think what they need to do, Seth, is to roll the field around to the left on the offside for Clark in particular. He's been playing that shot pretty well, so I'd rather put a short third man.
this time,
Let him change that shot.
so if you put in a short third man and you bowl the same,
Same line, just roll the field around a bit. You've got short extra cover, 2 short extra covers basically.
that may even cause him to be more watchful, realizing that
Yeah, well, once he's not
The-
getting the runs as freely, you'd build pressure on him. And that's what you'd want to do.
this is going to be the biggest test of his character here. Can he get the other 18 runs to bring up his maiden first class 100?
Well, I
He
see
must be doing it.
I see no reason why he shouldn't. It's been pretty easy. You know, you just got to keep picking them off, 1s and 2s. Just keep batting the same way. The bad balls. What I've noticed about the academy guys, all the bad balls that has been bowled to them has been
Put
dispatched.
away.
Yeah.
So it shows that
I don't think they've even missed out on one. So that's a very good thing.
255 for 6. And this is clear that it is solid batting, and we're talking after 55 overs. Oh, that one may have struck a spot on the pitch, the 5th pitch that was used in a previous game.
Yeah, Locknut is not happy at all.
You can't be when you're a mean bowler.
Misfeeling, yeah.
You do not want anybody to score a run off you that was given, or gifted rather. Oh, lovely
Ooh.
shot. Look at that, Dave Joseph. Rivaldo Clark is lightning
Excellent stuff.
fast with that forward motion. Look at it. The bat.
No, look at his
Coming
time.
down.
The timing said he waited for it and played it very late.
Already had the left foot down.
Yeah, and just waited for it.
Kneeling towards it, and oh, in a flash, working the wrist around, and he is
Good stuff by
really.
Clark. That's gone again.
This time he goes to mid wicket, and it's another 4. Looks as though he is in a hurry to get to the 3-figure mark. With more command in the air, not timed as much. It was not usually his all along the ground stroke, because he would be mindful about playing across the breeze
Across the line too.
and does not need to get carried away at this point.
Yeah, once you've got a field placement like this, set you with nobody on the mid-wicket boundary, you've got to be able to, you should be able to play those shots. Not a single again. Yeah, Locknott goes around the wicket to Goodrich.
And I like this. This player.
Set, Moti reminds me of a player that we used to play very well in with Lewis, with Keith Atherton.
Oh,
He
yes.
feels brilliantly in that area. Shot, sweet.
Well, Moti has been an improved cricketer.
Well,
he
you need to
worked
be
hard
improving.
on
You need
his,
to be
he was
improving.
always bowling, has worked hard on his batting and his fielding over the last 2 years. And
Yeah, I've been
he's now
watching
that
him
complete cricketer.
in the field, and he's really picking up the balls cleanly.
So good Akesh Moti. Dave Joseph is realizing your improvement. And I'm sure you'd be happy. Would need to come and really get a wicket here, because these two, they're motoring away. They are 3 away from what would be a 101 partnership, Dave Joseph. Could you believe it?
Yeah, it's been nice and steady batting by these two.
Oh, lovely shot. He went back and he just whipped that off the pads. Clark on 91. Rivaldo Clark on 91. And he faces Gudakesh Moti. That's what I like to see. Compact defense. And when it's time to hit, it's time to hit.
Yeah, he's been looking real solid. Tight in defense and looking real balanced when he's on the attack. That's
Oh! What a shot! Classic stuff here. Just around the pads. And he played that. A lot of risk is in that. Not. Look at that. Dave Joseph.
Yeah, excellent stuff by Clark. As
Wow.
I said, he's a small man, but he has a lot of power.
I told you from the word go that he's a talent that I've spotted, and I
Yeah.
believe he's a special talent.
You're definitely not wrong, Seth. You're on the ball.
Yeah. And I kept wondering why wasn't he, I don't want to use the word fast track because I don't believe in fast food, but why didn't he been given that exposure to be slowly grooved into things?
As I said, he's still on the exposure card here. He's playing for the academy he's been exposed to.
He's on 97.
The selectors are watching still, Seth.
He's 97. He's a 23-year-old Barbadian right-handed wicketkeeper bat.
Oops.
Oh, he hits this one and he gets the 100. Rivaldo Clark gets the 100 with a 6 over mid-wicket. A delivery from Gudakesh Moti on his pads and he celebrates. His teammates are elated. And the Antigua Recreation Ground, in fact, even the tourists, those who are in the Andy Roberts stand, they're clapping because they have really witnessed something special here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. 5 sixes and 11 fours in a knock. Only 103 balls. This young Barbadian, he has made a statement, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, very well played by young Clark. Good century. And he has stuck to his guns and he has played some real good shots. Yeah, I'm really delighted with the shots that he played over mid-wicket against the leg spinners. That's going against the turn and he's been batting beautifully. I hope he can continue. There's lots of time left in the day's play and see if he can get up to a even bigger total.
We speak about batting and it's not about just a landmark. His first class 100, it's new territory.
Yeah, that's good
and
stuff.
Therefore, he would have heard about Amir Django looking towards 200. He would have heard about Josh Da Silva, who motored on to 220. In fact, in Django's case, he scored 2 or 3 not out. Right? So you want to keep going.
Yeah, so we're going to see medium pace from this end for the first time, or fast bowling from this end set.
Yes, for the first time in the game.
You were talking about a bit early on.
Thaddeus Lovell, young 21-year-old right-arm medium fast bowler. And I reckon, given even his action, that he has the ability to be quicker over time. As you know, Isaiah Thorne, whom I'm very impressed with. I don't know why I'm not seeing him in this game. He has been spotted by Sir Andy Roberts, and who plays a keen interest in his development. I'm not quite sure who is looking at Thaddeus Lovell. But
yeah, well, Lovell has the opportunity to, put himself on show here today. So I think he's a very good young prospect from what I've seen so far. He hits the deck pretty hard. And he has that bit of pace. As I said to you, he reminds me very much of Lyndon Joseph. Yeah, he looks as if he's coming in pretty slow, but he's very nippy off the pitch.
So, with the fast bowler, only a slip. Would you be getting another slip player in place?
Well, it looks like a very tactical move based on the field placement that I've seen. You see a deep mid-wicket, a man behind square, a mid-wicket, a man just forward the square, mid-on, and looks to me as if they're going to be attacking them somewhere around the hips. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh,
Mm.
going for that.
Yeah, it almost went to hand just now.
Yes, could have
So
been.
it's definitely a tactical, ploy here
Wow.
with the field placement I've seen. They went straight away to its set, so it looks as if
Right, it's a
almost
plan.
like a set play.
Bowl him short,
Yeah.
and you have, two backward square on the onside and one forward.
Well,
on the bound,
Well, this is what you spoke about here, said the batsman calling each other down and trying to
yes, break
make
up
sure they break up this.
the momentum and
momentum
also
and-
communicate,
Yeah.
reinforce. So,
You wouldn't want to throw your batting away at this point.
no, not at
I've
all.
been batting so well.
Don't have anything to prove what you can do. That's right. Defend so easily. So the 100-run partnership between both did come up during that over, during our excitement with Rivaldo Clark's 100. That's right, he did not attempt to hook that one, allowed it over the head. Umpire Gee signaling. One has already gone over the shoulder. These two have batted together for, 21 overs? 21 overs, bringing up the 100 partnership. Rightly played Dave Joseph, realizing the plan, realizing the trap, just hit it down.
Yeah, he's actually rising to the occasion. They've set a trap for me, and I'm not going to fall for it. But I would think to bring your youngest player in to come and execute this sort of plan for you, I don't think that's becoming. I'd rather see Naeem Smith bowling in this spot now, if that's the plan you're trying to execute.
You're more experienced bowler.
Yeah, most experienced bowler here. Or fast bowler, most experienced fast bowler.
Fast bowler, that's right. And he has only had 5 overs. That's definitely going down leg.
And I think it's
rushed him a bit.
bit high too.
Yes. We would look at it again. But I could understand the enthusiasm of the Guyana fielders, because they would be saying, hey, we haven't had any success in a little while. It's 21 overs since we have gotten any success. Oh, a little bit high, you're correct, Dave.
Yeah, I'd rather see them bowling, trying to attack the off stump, just thereabout or just outside. And looking to get them caught down in the slips, putting the extra slip, rather than looking to bowl into the leg side.
Angling down leg. So we've seen a little bit change in headgear. McKinney Clark, the staff coming on there. So just a quick recap. This morning, the West Indies Academy won the toss and elected to bat. They opened with Mbeki Joseph and Damil Evelyn. Mbeki Joseph got 60, 53 balls, 7 fours, 3 sixes. Evelyn got 11 from 35 deliveries. Then Vendra Dindia, he batted well for 45 from 53 deliveries, and he struck 7 fours and a 6. Givonte De Pisa, he didn't last long. He went just for 3. And that's another 4. Well classy shot from
Goodrich,
the big guy, and he is motoring on, Dave, almost going unnoticed because of the dominance or the landmark of Rivaldo Clark. This was wide by Moti, and he really went after it.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, he's bowling Chinaman. Yeah, watch his hand here.
Yes. Tried to deceive him with the Chinaman. But it was a square cut for 4.
Yeah, I've picked it up, pretty early on. He was actually varying his deliveries. So, yeah, here he goes.
And
He's
this
not
one
bowling
comes into...
the orthodox leg spin anymore, Modi.
Yes.
And that was something that he went back and worked on, Seth.
Yes,
Yeah.
and this is good.
Yeah, this is excellent.
It is also good that he finds himself against some players, none of whom would have played at the higher level, and they have been able to counter him. And he must then rethink and think hard and understand that it's not going to be an easy walkover.
Yeah.
These youngsters are making a statement. He's none for 55.
Well, he's still, motoring along. He's a guy that is not going to be easy to get away, so he's going to stick to his guns. Here we go again. Dabbed away, down to the boundary for 4 more.
Yes, Moti would have to come again. This man is really gearing up. This is looking good for the youngsters. This is, we can now say, a dominant performance. At one time, they were in between if and but they're motoring up to 300 runs, Dave.
Yeah.
We have just completed over number 59. They're scoring at 4.9 runs per over.
Yeah, that's good going. And it goes to show when you get stuck, Set, and you stay in and you execute that level of patience, things will get easier.
Partnership of 120 coming from just 134 deliveries. Mari Goodrich is on 41. And Rivaldo Clark on 106, his maiden first-class 100. And these two have really, they took the team from a position of 169 for 6. Commanding position.
We're going to pull what we're going to leave for them to be able to stay in. And see, more changes still in the field now.
That's a good pull shot.
Yeah.
Score.
But that one went over the fence, so I'm not too sure putting the next man on the boundary is going to help.
Got to help, that's right.
And it went.
You can't catch sixes.
Went all the way back, not just close by, it was all the way back.
It's now 298 for 6. They're on the verge of 300. Believe you me, we are not yet into the final session of the first day, and it has been runs aplenty. So, fine leg, long leg, square leg, straight mid-wicket, all on the boundary on the onside. But he gets a single.
I think the captain is pretty upset. And Naeem Smith looks like he's going to come too. He's going to mark his run, so he should be coming into attack shortly.
Well, he's marking his, but what signal that sends? He's marking his run while the other bowler is still in the midst of his over. Things have gone awry.
He's getting ready.
He should have gotten ready 3 overs before.
No, well, at least I think what's happening, Lovely's not doing the job that the captain is asking him to do. He definitely wants him to bowl short.
Another 4?
Yeah, down to third man.
Or a big chase for Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah.
Anderson wins the battle, yes. Wow, and a direct hit, but Rivaldo Clark was in. But the question is, I'm going back to what you said earlier. You said that You thought the move to bring Lover in at this time
Yeah,
was a
youngest
bad
bowler.
move. It should have been the more experienced Niall Smith. So hence the point that he's 3 overs late.
Yeah, well, at least Lovell got a chance to go and show.
And I like to see him from the top end. May have been roughed up a bit, but at the same time he did create a little discomfort for the batters. Oh, slower, full length delivery, attempted slow Yorker, and he smiles at that one, showing that he's enjoying his work. The over has come to an end, the 300 coming up in that, and Dave Joseph is 302 for 6 after 60 overs. It is clear they're going at over 5 runs per over.
Yeah, it's been good going for the academy guys, and I think they're batting pretty well and decently, and again, congratulations to young Clark and his maiden century. And he looks to be going from strength to strength. He keeps motoring on. You see a new bowler coming into the attack here again now.
So Gudakesh Moti has been relieved of duties from the Players Pavilion end, which is the northern end here. And Moti has not had the best of innings so far. Well, in terms of bowling, it is Zenol Rensami, the debutant, one of the debutants on this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. He's getting his first bowl, and Amari Goodrich is on 49. He's 1 away from his half century. He would be the 3rd player to cross the line if he gets there. 1 though in Captain Rivaldo Clark has gone beyond that into the century line, and Bicky Joseph the other, who would have gotten 60. Ooh, the 50, he gets it. Ensure his captain gets in the crease, raises his bat to the rather enthusiastic teammates in the dressing room. Dave, a good half century.
Yeah, excellent stuff by Goodwidge.
But now these two have shown what good partnerships are about. Oh, this time it was a long hop, and it has gone out of the ground, I believe. I lost sight of it, Dave. I know it's 6 runs, but I don't think it stayed in.
Yeah, it looked like it went all the way outside of.
It went to church.
Yeah.
The old church.
Yeah, been a long time you haven't seen balls.
Yes, I think it's
like
going
that.
to be a museum sometime, but it was the center of attention. Some like the great Viv Richards, and Richie Richardson used to pummel the balls over the. Dave, did you ever hit one in the church?
No, I going more like the Andy Robertson direction. I normally play like, straighter. I wasn't a big hooker, puller, or anything like that, but like for the spinners, I'll be going like over that Andy Robertson and maybe in the Government House region.
Government House, that was also, in fact, for listeners, the Government House is to the left of your screen, where the Governor General resides. But the players now are, this is what, the 4th ball that we have replaced? Or the 3rd?
I think third, I think.
So this innings, they're motoring at over 5 runs per over. So what would you be saying to Rivaldo Clark? What would you be saying to Amari Goodrich?
Well, they've got all day to bat. That's all I should be saying. Just keep batting. Just bat and bat and bat. Bat, as you say, bat until the cows come home.
So 30, at least another 30 overs required. Because 60, so we need 90 overs to complete the day's play. If at 5 o'clock 90 would not be completed, they have to bowl on. So
Yeah,
we may have our first day of plus 90. In fact, the over rate, you can't question it. The run rate has also been rapid, quite entertaining. Goodrich from his 50, he had what? 55 balls for his, well, in fact, he's on 55 balls for his 55 runs, 3 fours and 3 sixes. Even strikes, 100% strike rate, equal fours as sixes. And, well, Zinal Ramsamy completing his first over. He just going for 8 runs. And he has joined the party of being clobbered out of the ground.
So we still see Lovely in the attack against Smith is not ready yet, so
Well,
Lovely will continue.
the skipper must be saying, well, let the young man try. Or perhaps Niall Smith was showing that he was intent or eager
Eager to go.
to go, but the captain may have other thoughts. Tevim Imlak, the captain of the Happy Eagles, stands and awaits. Oh, out caught, is it? No, the ball, that was movement there.
Yeah, that seemed back a long way.
Wow, it was a short one. Rivaldo Clark was in 2 minds. Above his head, looked as though he was playing at it. Perhaps in a minute thought that he could have.
Yeah, I think
Ramped
young Clark need to be, more responsible at this point because
Yes.
this is what we call buying a wicket.
Let's look at it.
Look at this field placement set.
Above his head.
Just leave it alone. Just
yes,
leave it alone.
the ball seemed back and he could have easily gotten an edge.
Yeah, just leave it alone, yeah.
Not a testing delivery. So, we're seeing Lover being fired up. Thaddeus Lovell, 21-year-old Guyanese.
Yeah, Clark needs to just bat. Don't fall for this trap. This is actually buying a wicket here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep playing, keep focused on the bigger picture. The ploy is to give him some above the waist, some shoulder height, some chin height. But don't go up, don't bowl full deliveries. So they're making an adjustment to the field. The player, Kevlon Anderson, running around into the onside. But it is still clear that this trap is set for Goodrich. 1, 2, 3, 4 players on the boundary on the onside. And he's still trying to go at it. Is it advisable, Dave Joseph?
No, I think they should just, leave alone these short deliveries. Yeah.
Ignore it.
Ignore it. Let them bowl. Let them work. They've been working hard and they haven't been getting any success. Let them keep working.
And as batters, they have worked hard to be in this position and they can't give it away.
You can't throw your hand away at this point.
Because you have 3 days and another session left in this game.
This is what you call buying a wicket set in the olden days cricket.
This time he defends, gets a single, but you could hear the bang on the bat.
Yeah, they're just hoping that they'll get a breakthrough here and then then you'll see the return of the Naim Smiths and so on and the Palm Alls. I think they're sensing once they could break this partnership, they'll get through.
This is a good workout for the Happy Eagles. I like it. You're preparing for a final. You're not going to roll over us. So, lovely shot. And Chandra Paul will chase but cannot catch up.
Yeah, just keep batting, Whenever you get an opportunity to score, just score.
This is authoritative stuff. This is no ordinary stuff, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Guyanese feelers, congratulating Clark on his century.
And we need to look at the context of this. 316 for 6. Rivaldo Clark 118, Amari Goodrich 56, and they are in a partnership that has really dominated the game. And this was after Mbeke Joseph scored 60 at the top of the order. Kante really showing that it was clear that the tactic was to be aggressive at the start. I know they have been able to, after losing 6 wickets, sustained that aggression throughout this innings, and they have made a statement after winning the toss. And they're showing that we're up for it. If this is the team going to the finals, we are playing as though we are in a final. And I think it's up to them to win it. If they win it, they would make a definitive statement. We are a long way from the 4th day, Dave. But the signs that we are seeing are so positive from the academy.
It's been good going by the academy. And the most important point, don't take anything away from Clark. He has batted well for his 100, but I think the running between the wicket has been really, really a key factor here. Turning over the strike, getting the right and left hand batters in the combination, switching them over, caused a lot of problems for the Guyanese bowling attack.
Yes, it did. And even now, this partnership is a partnership of right-handers.
New bowler now coming in.
Wow, they're making changes in galore. Would you say it's forced changes? Would you say they were forced to make changes? It's the right-arm seamer, who is also on debut, Jonathan Van Lang, who will come on from not this, but the Players Pavilion end, the northern end of the ground. Starts with a wider delivery, perhaps a loosener. I heard an interesting conversation the other day while coming across the field. Alzari Joseph was speaking to Kelvin Pittman, and we were there, and I said, Alzari, you're doing the right thing. And he was basically saying to him, never have bowl a loosener to start. You should always be ready. He said you should be sweating
before you start.
When you give it before you start.
Most
there is
definitely,
no loosener.
yeah.
And I said, wow, that is good advice. I told him for the good mentorship. This one is another loosener, signal wide by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. He's on debut.
Yeah, there's no room for looseners or warm-up deliveries at this level set. In no level at all, I'd recommend.
That's right. You get there. What one can do, one can run in for their first delivery and don't bowl it just to get a feel of things.
You should be ready. But the captain should give you that indication, quite a couple of overs before.
Clearly the plan was for the spinners to dominate, and they had their period of dominance. Oh, that's a good delivery. His best of the 3 deliveries we have seen.
There we go again, the little talk between both batters. That's
keep it together.
Yeah, and keep it together, and good leadership by Clark.
So you're seeing a multidisciplinary young guy.
Yeah, he's leading
as
from
leadership
came
in at a time when his team needed him. Another one outside the off stump.
This is a youngster, Van Land, that played in the West Indies under 19s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Big, strong lad.
Yeah, he looks pretty strong.
Has some pace too, not express pace, but you can see that he is hitting the deck. He has a plan because he's going wide outside the off stump. He's not going to the body. He's not allowing them to score.
Well, I don't think he has that sort of pace to trouble them if he's going to bowl short set. So he'd have to hang around that off stump and be consistent there, and hopefully that something happens for him from around there.
Still wide staying. That must have been part of the Tevim Imlak plan.
Yeah, well, it's a clear plan. There's only one man on the onside set. You've got to bowl outside the half stump. Slow them down a bit, see if you can build some pressure and induce a rash shot.
Ooh. Wide signal, the second wide in the over. By Gregory Brathwaite having to make that signal. Well, he's still a young player, just 19 years of age. You may look at his size, strongly built lad. He's bowling to a plan here. That one, yes. Played for the West Indies on the 19, as Dave Joseph would have said. But he's making his first class debut. Maybe a tough start. But it's always good to have a tough initiation. Because when you do, you can only get better.
Get better.
And he comes into the attack in the 63rd over of the innings.
What's interesting, Seth, is we see the Leewards having 6 players in the under 19. And we haven't seen not one of them being put on show for the Leewards in this tournament, although they could not have qualified. And this is good on Guyana behalf. They've qualified already, and they've thrown at least 2 youngsters in.
Okay, so well, at least you had 2 players from the Leewards, Joel Andrew and Edward. Were those 2 who, well, they would have been regular players for the Leewards, you may submit. But you're speaking about the others. You had young Tanis. You also had
the leg spinner Micah.
You also had young Matthew. Matthew's in England.
Yeah.
You know, so you had a few others. So I do understand the point that you're making. But here is where it is. And Naismith now, he gets the ball. And he must be saying what a different ARG. Because he was the man snorting the ball on the 3rd pitch. And getting a 5-wicket haul against the Volcanoes now.
Yeah, but it's changing offset. The tactic and the plan has changed. They've switched to the offside now. Naismith is going to be in operation.
The issue is now that the academy, they have reversed the pressure. They were batting freely, but they were losing wickets. And now they are not losing any wicket. In fact, they have not lost one since the score was 169, and they have scored rapidly. So the pressure has been reversed, and now it has thrown the Guyana's team into some degree of uncertainty.
Yeah,
what to do? They are
look
at
to
sea.
be in quite a bit of shamble here now. Guyana, they're struggling to place the men in the field now, and
so it's only a slip and a gully,
yeah,
a
the
short
hands
gully.
still waving around, so that means they're under a bit of pressure here, struggling.
A play on the point boundary, a short cover, a short extra cover, mid on, mid off. And he goes outside the off stump as expected, single to him. But the onside, as you mentioned in the previous, when Lover was bowling, it was clearly an onside packed field. But now only 3 players on the mid wicket, the mid on, and the fielder on the long leg boundary. So I am not quite sure, Dave.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see
If the tactic is
the
per
tactic.
bowler.
Yeah, maybe.
Because with, you know, because it definitely cannot be as per batter. Well played, McKinney Clark, a short delivery. I think it was predictable. And he just eased inside the line. He needs to keep going. 27 overs will remain in the day's play.
Yeah, I think
after this.
Smith looks quite a bit stiff here. Maybe
he didn't expect to come back.
Yeah, but it has like a 2 or 3 overs spell stint there that he should have, gotten warm.
Yeah, should have gotten warm because he himself was marking his run. And
That's what I'm saying. So
you
he
know, you
should
get
have.
warm and then you mark your run. You mark your run when you know you're in stride.
Ooh.
Just played inside the line, and is he in pain? Is he
Yeah,
cramping
like
up,
he's
Dave?
cramping up, looks like, yeah. Calling for the dressing room to
Yeah,
come.
Rivaldo Clark, as soon as he eased away from that,
Yeah.
he pulls off his gloves, and he may be cramping up in his hands. I get the sense he's holding his hands. Mark, it's a very hot day here
Yeah.
at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. In fact, throughout Antigua, we're going through a very severe drought period. I'm not a weatherman, but it's, clear. And though we get some good breeze, we believe at the ARG, it is very hot. And Rivaldo Clark, he came in since the morning session.
Yeah, you've got to keep your hydration program going, Seth. And these youngsters would want to do that. Being exposed to these kind of conditions. And I can tell you in Sri Lanka it's going to be even hotter. So you've got to keep that, hydration program on point.
Physio is asking him to roll the arm around. And Clark is obliging. Umpire Gregory Bradford in the mix of things, looking at his watch. And Rivaldo Clark, definitely with his hands.
And Seth, you can see that the Guyanese, they relish this little break here.
Yes.
They're in a little huddle and discussing things, how they're going to try to go about it.
This is important.
Yeah.
Very important for them.
So Clark is seemingly all right, and he's going to keep going. Let's hope he can keep going for quite some time for the young academy team. He has done well. He has, shake off the brunt of the bowling, and he has gotten a century, and he needs to bat deep and, get a bigger total.
Where did the Happy Eagles lose the trick? Or were they just outplayed by this partnership?
I think this partnership, have been batting very well, and they have managed to get on top of the bowling and really push the Guyanese back.
Played inside the line, but did they go too long with the spinners? After they would have had their breakthrough?
Yeah,
they kept on Locknott and Virasamy Pramal for quite a while.
I think they would have been back in their spinners, but for me, I would have bowled Naim Smith at least for another spell or two early on, maybe shorter spells because it's been pretty hot, and he's bowled well the last game I saw him here, so I was looking forward again to him to seeing him bowl here today. But he's now on his second spell after tea. Just going towards tea.
And that is in the context of having bowled 5 overs in his opening spell.
Yeah, I would think he should be, relishing his and backing himself on this track because he is just coming off of a 5 for here the last time he bowled.
And he should be fresh. 5 overs to start. He started to open the bowling from the northern end. 5 overs. So within the first hour, he was already rested.
But again, as I was pointing towards the left and right hand combination, the rotation of the strike really messed up his rhythm, and he just didn't get a chance to settle.
Well, the batters have conceded
Tea time.
that they would not be tempted with the short ball. It is tea time here, 3:22 for 6. We will join you in 15 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. We are happy that you are with us here in this quite intriguing, interesting encounter between the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the team that has already qualified for the final of the West Indies for the championship. They are up against the young rookies of Caribbean cricket, the West Indies Cricket Academy, and it is an interesting situation here where the academy, who won the toss and elected to bat, went in on tee at 322 for 6 of 64 overs so far in the day's play. At the crease, Rivaldo Clark, the captain, on 119 of 143 deliveries, 13 fours and 5 sixes. He is with the man Amari Goodrich, who is on 58 from 67 balls, 3 fours and 3 sixes. And we are about to resume play with Clark facing Vanland. Dave Joseph is beside me. Dave, a good start?
Yeah,
could be expected.
Ooh.
And that's the good start that I speak about. It's a 4 from Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah, I like that shot set. You have all the man placed on the offside, and I'm going to swat it to the offside, to the onside.
A peculiar shot, though.
Yeah.
He wasn't fully there. There was a player at wide mid-on or straight mid-wicket, whichever you may call it, and he pulled it around, not in the usual crisp manner, but for
4.
And for placement. Now we see Vanland, and he's continuing now with these wide deliveries, wide outside the off stump. That's what he has been asked to bowl. And the offside field, if we would pull it up, it is amazing, Dave Joseph.
A slip.
A short backward point, a deep backward point on the boundary, a point fielder halfway to the boundary, a cover 3/4 of a way to the boundary, and then there is the middle extra cover and a deep mid-off. Wide signal by umpire Bradwick. It is an amazing situation, and the only fielder on the onside is at a straight mid-wicket position. What do you make of this field placing, Dave? There is also a third man, Niall Smith, is also on the boundary on the offside. So it is an 8-1 situation. What do you make of it?
It's all about getting out if you want to get out. Yeah, it's buying a wicket, I would call it.
You can't buy a wicket if you don't have it. Must be given to you and you pay the price for it. Is it tough for the youngster to be in his debut and being asked to bowl that extremely wide line to that field? He can't express himself the way he wants to. He comes in after 60 odd overs.
One thing I can tell you is that he's very manageable and he's coachable. He's been asked to do a job and he's doing just that. Bowl wide of the off stump.
Better delivery, getting closer in. But the challenge with bowling wide of the offside, it is a real situation that you get wides in first-class cricket. And when he came in, he bowled quite a few wides in the first over, 4 wides.
Yeah, well, that's
in the first over.
The pressure is on him because he's probably accustomed to be bowling a different line than that one.
Precisely. So getting a bit closer, and he knows that he has to follow the team's plan, the captain's plan. Whether you're comfortable with it or not, that's part of development. It's about the team, but it may be a challenging ask for the 19-year-old youngster.
Wow.
Over the top, down to the boundary for 4, not in command. Rivaldo Clark. Dave, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do on this occasion. This one was closer and coming into him and he was trying to hit it over mid-wicket. I got the impression, and the ball took the top edge.
Yeah, I
went
don't
for
think
four.
it was short enough for that particular shot that he wanted to play at that time. But luckily for him, it went over the head of the keeper and the slips and went down to the third man boundary for 4.
Well, they
So,
say.
as I say, it's just a situation you don't want to get out, so you got to be careful in this, at this little patch here. In Guyanese are actually looking to buy a wicket. You've got to keep them out there in the sun.
So 2 fours off the over, and a wide. 123 the captain. 58 Amari Goodrich. And Guyana under pressure here. This will be a good test of character for the Harpy Eagles. Good test of character for Nine Smith. He's having contrasting fortunes from his previous game. We remind you, Smith is only in his 7th over. Good Yorker length delivery. While Clark looking at his bat. 23 overs, Virasamy Pamor, having 3 for 93. Thaddeus Lovell, 6 overs, none for 47. Richie Lucknott, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 86. Gudakesh Moti, 9 overs, no maiden, none for 59. Zinol Ramsamy, only the 1 over for 8 runs. And then Jonathan Van Lan, previously, he has had 2 overs. Here is Smith. Oh, that one, would you say was placed or was it edged down to third man between the gully and the second slip
Yeah, it
fielder?
was a genuine edge.
Down to third man, luckily.
Yeah, splitting the 2 fielders that are here in position. Not sure if this field is a second slip set.
Well, it
Man
looks
in a
like
second slip position.
he's between second and third, rather, because it's a strange field. There is a third man, and once again we're seeing 3, 6, 7. It's a 7-2 field now. Senior fast bowler. And Clark just allows it to go through. I like the mindset of Clark, though he was fortuitous in the previous over when that one came off the top edge and flew over the slips. He's showing patience. You know, he has just come out after the break. We have spoken about that. Faced 1 over after the break. Could have lost his wicket. It was not a drop catch because the ball went over the slips and fell 1 bounce into the third man boundary. But he has to continue to be patient. Plays inside the line. Imlak does not take. You know, when we grew up, Dave, there was a saying when you're doing bad things, they used to say, take your name out of people's mouth. For those of you who are listening, it means don't let anybody have anything bad to say about you. But in cricket now, it is about putting your name in people's mouth. And I think
in a good way.
Rivaldo Clark, in a good way now, Rivaldo Clark is putting his name in people's mouth. Because if you're going to be speaking about people who have scored hundreds and you have scored 100 against the top team, your name should be in people's mouth.
Most definitely, Seth. And he has batted brilliantly today.
Plays inside the line for the 3rd time. Just concentrating well. What would you be telling Mbiki Joseph, who was well set on 60 and then he just swung across the line? I thought he gave his wicket away, 7 fours and 3 sixes, 60 from 53 balls.
Well, he has to regroup and come again, Seth. He has actually done the hard work, you know, taking the shine off the ball, and then all he needed to do was to capitalize and go on. But he didn't do so, so he's got to regroup and come again.
Leaves it alone. And the 150-run partnership between these two for the 7th wicket would have been up Dave Joseph.
Yeah, excellent
What a partnership.
stuff. Excellent stuff from the two batters, as I say, Clark and Goodrich. They have been batting brilliantly since they came together. And Goodrich has been playing a great supporting role for Clark, and I think Clark has shown that he has trusted him a lot and gave him some, encouragement along the way, and he's batting beautifully.
Yes, they are really doing well here. And Goodrich, also a man with some future. He's a tall, strongly built all-rounder. His best is 75, so he has a half century in first-class cricket. He's only in his 5th game. Captain Rivaldo Clark in his 11th first-class appearance. So Smith is yet to get a wicket, and Jonathan Van Lan would love to get a wicket. He is starting his 3rd over. So the Pacers have been without success. Lovell himself looked impressive in terms of generating pace off the pitch, but at the same time has not been able to make a break. It's the spinners who got the wickets, but the spinners have also been battered by this young batting lineup. Oh, he flirted with danger. He was really, Dave, opting to put maximum power in playing that cut shot. He missed it completely.
Yeah, it was there for the cut really, but maybe perhaps just took his eyes off it for a moment and missed it.
Vanland getting some extra pace and bounce off that one.
Well, he seems to have settled a bit now. You see most of his balls are actually carrying through to the wicket keeper now, so he's hitting the deck a bit harder. When he started, the ball was actually creeping along the ground set.
Yes, I believe he may be saying, I'm on my debut, I'm the younger boy, I need to impress. And he's coming in after a team is well set. A team has already gone beyond 300. You would expect that as a frontline bowler, you'd have had a bowl well before the team reaches 100. To come on when the team has reached 300, it sends a bad signal.
Yeah, well, Guyana has been known for that. They've been known for their spinners and some good ones too. So they'll be backing the spinners every day set to go and, bowl teams out.
Yes, they have some good spinners in this game, but the academy batters have been able to counter-attack. And they have counter-attacked well, especially this partnership. You see Lovelady on the boundary, yawning, perhaps saying, I need a second lunch. He has already had lunch and tea.
No, I don't think so. He probably trying to get another bowl set.
Oh, flirting again. Van Lan, he's hitting a spot, and he is coming into his own.
Yeah, he's definitely running, a lot better now, hitting the deck a bit harder. And here we see the captain, Clark, calling down his colleague, having a little chat with him.
And this is better, more conventional with the slip and the gully, the deep backward point fielder, the extra cover. He's feeling himself now. He's flowing, coming in.
Yeah.
And although he's outside the off stump, he's hitting a better line. In this over created levels of uncertainty to the batter, at least on 2 occasions, almost induced the edge. I think allow the young bowler to express himself.
Yeah, well, you'll have to bring some balance back to the field to get him to, I think now he can probably attack a little bit more. He's been looking better in the last over, so, put at least another 2 men back in the inside and then, see if he can attack the stumps a bit more. You would want to make a break here for Guyana. They'll need to make a break. But it's not going to come when you're bowling wide outside the house stump unless you induce a real rush shot from one of the batters.
Yeah, you're also giving the batters a sense that You know, if they decide not to attack, they can relax. They can just watch it go by. But what they would have to be careful with the complacency, because, you know, something could just nip back and present a problem. Rivaldo Clark still running hard after a good 100. Has had his challenge with cramps in the hand.
He's
and
still
now
struggling a bit. I see him
yes,
pulling at
he's
his,
pulling,
like his
yeah.
hamstring, you know, struggling a bit. Yeah, well, he will have to stick it out set.
Got to.
For the sake of his team at least.
Yes, because to go in and even retire and then allow somebody, by the time you look at it, you may be back out here.
Yeah, he might be back out.
So,
And he's the wicket keeper.
well, they actually also have Boyne Tuckett. So he has someone who can play that role, but he may not get the luxury if they are bowled out this evening to refresh himself and come back. So he may have to be out there from the start. Well, we did see a bit of that from Josh De Silva, scoring his double 100 and then getting a little fresh, I believe. You know, allowed the vice captain to manage things, and then he came back on the field. So we say wicket-keeper batters are flourishing in the Caribbean. It seems so. Django, though he does not wicket-keep for the team at the moment, used to wicket-keep for the Leeward Islands. Josh De Silva, the two men who have scored double 100. Now we see young Rivaldo Clark and wicket-keeper revival.
There's lots of talent around set. I can assure you that if you were to ask Clark to bowl, I bet you'd be able to bowl a decent 4 or 5 overs.
If you know him, when I saw, for instance, Kevin Wickham before, and then I was saying, young man, I didn't know you have that. His little spinners, leg spinner, and he could do something with the ball. He told me, I also wicket keep. So I'm like,
here you go.
Really? You know, never saw him wicket keeping, but he was batting, was bowling, came on, did some change up little medium pace. I said, I didn't know you have that too. He said, I can do everything.
I can assure you, most of these players can do a bit of every little thing.
Even Joel Andrew, I realize he's not keeping for the Leewards. I'm not quite sure what the issue is. But he himself has a wicket-keeper batter. He also bowls. In fact, in the local T20 at one time, he had the second most wickets in one season. And with his nice little medium paces. And I remember doing an interview with him a couple of years ago, and he said, I really don't like bowling, but they want me to bowl.
Yeah, I like what Clark is actually doing here. I mean, he's actually leaving alone these balls and forcing the Guyanese bowlers to bowl at him or bowl straight at the stumps. Whenever they present that delivery outside the off stump, he just lets it go. And that's a very good thing.
Yes, we're seeing that Mount is part of the prison. We call it 1735. So we're seeing the part of that area. But then you're seeing the northern side of, northeastern side of Antigua in the view before you. So the Coolidge Cricket Ground will be somewhere to the extreme right, where we're also having action on that second and third place playoff game. Van Lan is back. Not threatening the batters, but has been able to at least induce error on the part of Goodrich. Over at Coolidge. TNT Red Force 194 for 5. Cephas Cooper was out for 93. That's a good shot.
Wow.
On top of it once again, will not get the boundary. Ryan Sammy was able to pull it back. And then Amir Django also departed for 41. So Josh De Silva is the man at the wicket currently. In fact, the 5th wicket has fallen since I have just made that note. So it's 194 for 5. The batsmen out: Cooper for 93, Evan Lewis for 7, Jed Gooley 33, Jason Mohammed Duck, Amir Jangu 41. Goodrich is moving further into the 60s. Our graphics may be showing something different, but he moves to 63. And Rivaldo Clark is on 129. The score is 336. 336 for 6. 21 overs remaining after this one in the day's play. So the not out batters in the Red Force team: Josh Da Silva, the captain, is on 15, and Terrence Hines is on 2 not out. The wicket takers: Yuan Lane, 2 for 41, Shamar Springer, 1 for 30, Ruston Chase, 1 for 50, and Jamel Warrican, 1 for 26. So the Pride using 3 spinners. Shoulders, arms. So they're using Warrican, Joshua Bishop, and Ruston Chase. Joshua Bishop, one of the products of this West Indies academy. When I say products, I know he would have been developed in Barbados, but also he has played with the academy team in the past with much success. As a budding all-rounder, that's how I would have framed him, particularly seeing him batting and bowling well. Over comes to an end, Dave Joseph. Jonathan Van Lang, none for 13.
Yeah, he's been bowling, as they say, working up a bit of pace. Ball has been, sliding through a lot better now to the wicket keeper. As I say, you'd want to see him express himself a little bit, so you'd want to be bowling straight at the stumps, forcing the batsman to play a bit. But they've been doing well at leaving alone.
So we're looking at the Andy Roberts stand, and we see some of our spectators, diehards, are there, and they're enjoying it. Andy Roberts, the great legendary West Indian fast bowler, the first West Indian pace bowler to get up to 200 Test wickets, 202 wickets from 47 Test matches, and he has been there. It was before that Wes Hall, the man who had won 92. So Andy Roberts led that fearsome 4-prong pace attack along with Michael Holden and Joel Guyana and Colin Croft, and then Malcolm Marshall came in. So Andy Roberts, one of the legends of West Indies cricket. Niall Smith leaves this one alone. Andy Roberts is still around. He later, Dave, became a president of the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association.
Yeah, I think he was president in my tenure when I was, playing for Antigua.
That's right.
And he's been pretty instrumental in quite a few, bowling camps and stuff like that.
Yes.
I think I remember, seeing him in a bowling camp, fast bowling clinic here, right here at the ARG for young fast bowlers.
Oh, this time Goodrich was looking to cut at that, and that one really climbed. Good delivery. Testing delivery from Niall Smith. Yes, Andy also, I remembered him at a bowling camp also at Jolly Beach. This one was rising, something that Andy Roberts would like to see. Good carry going through to Imla. And that bowling camp was a set of the younger bowlers who were emerging at that time in, I think, 2005 when South Africa was here. But I know he has taken like and special interest in Isaiah Thorne. It would be interesting to know his perspective about, how he sees things in terms of the regional development of the sport. I know he's one who believes that former players should have a greater input from an official level. He's also one who believes that fast bowlers must be able to bowl on any track, and one should not be given excuse whether you're in India, Sri Lanka, because he did well in India.
Yeah, well, we see India now producing quite a bit of fast bowlers.
I'm telling you, some of the best in the world.
So you should be able to bowl on any surface.
And the Rabbits would have been the first Antiguan fast bowler and Leeward Islands fast bowler to have played for the West Indies. The first Antiguan, the second from the Leewards behind El Comido Willett, the Nevision. Good evening to Nevis, if you have joined us. The over has come to an end. All deliveries sprayed outside the off stump, not tempting Goodrich apart from the second delivery, which he was trying to see if he could have put over backward point. But apart from that, the others were just on about off stump, tame, medium pace like deliveries.
Yeah, Smith has shown real resilience. He's actually shortened his run set. I don't know if you take notice of that. And he's just trying to hit that spot just on about outside the off stump. You know, trying to, limit the scoring shots from the batters.
So Guyana Happy Eagles started today. And getting closer and closer. Young Van Lan. It's a big guy, strongly built. Strongly built for fast bowling. His first class appearance happens to be at a ground that has been revived as a first class venue. In fact, it was an international venue. I thought the first ODI was 1978 against Australia here, and then the first test match 1981 against England, and the last test match was 2009 against England here, and that was after answering the call 3 days later after the sand at the Sir Viv Richards cricket grounds caused an abandonment to that test between the West Indies and England. Clark clips this one off the pads and get a single. So this is a ground, hallowed space, and then 17 years later emerges a first-class game, or the opportunity for a first-class game, and it was embraced. So the Antigua Recreation Grounds, its third first-class game since being back into action. So Dave, quite some history there.
Yeah, it's nice to see cricket being played again here, Seth.
What is your biggest memory here as a player?
Yeah, I've scored a lot of runs. Quite a few centuries on this surface, or this square and this field for Antigua. And probably a few for Leewards too. But my biggest memories here would have been, I've been trusted in here very early with the West Indies team, being emergency fieldsman, very young age.
Wow. Tell us about it after this delivery. So,
Yeah.
did I hear somebody said something about 5 overthrows?
Yeah, I think one of those games that I played in, I actually gave away 5 overthrows, emergency fieldsman for the West Indies. Yeah, but I relish, feeling set.
Oh, dropped! Almost succeeded, young Van Lang. Unfortunate on this occasion, the ball went wide, and there was Locknor diving to his left and did not clutch it. The ball went to the carpet. Unfortunate for the young man.
Did you see that just now, Seth?
Tell me.
Unfortunately, Clark did not finish the first one, but he attempted and turned back to go for the second one. So you got one run short here. And he was a long way from finishing the first one. So I was wondering what is he thinking?
So it all was happening. This Jonathan Van Lang getting closer and closer, inducing the drive.
Yeah.
The ball going to the left of a diving Richie Locknort. spilt it. And
I think
unfortunately,
Van Nan disappointed not to have gotten his first wicket.
should have gotten his first class
It
wicket.
was a sharp chance, but it should have been taken.
Should have been taken. I think it is one of those periods, Dave, when you've been in the field for a long time. That's the factory ground to the back. So our cameramen doing some extra work. So the Antigua Recreation Grounds is between Factory Road, a road that runs way from Sugar Factory right up into St. John's, just at the back of us. We call it the War Memorial End because the cenotaph, which is the place where much of the World War veterans would have been laid, is there. But Rivaldo Clark almost gave it away. A wide one, stretching out Dave, trying to hit the ball through the offside, and then the ball taking the edge and going down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, he would need to, steady himself again and just keep batting. Try not to let the Guyana Happy Eagles in.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 opportunities almost been created there. Niall Smith.
They'll need to regroup and, settle themselves and steady the ship again.
Is it a matter that the trap has started to become...
I think
well, it was almost realized.
The batters, they're showing a little side of tiredness and ooh.
Here is he walking down. Why?
That's what I'm saying. They need to regroup and...
You can't be tired. If you want to play this thing, it's 4 days. And if you want to play Test cricket, it's 5 days. So you should be looking at batting for 2.
Another 20.
To dominate.
19 overs.
That's right.
Play. So you need to
Still
stick
remaining.
it out. You need to stick it out.
They have been doing well. 338. Well... Niall Smith bowling to the plan. Plan has not realized any work. Val Clark will learn that working hard in adverse circumstance, even when the body is being challenged, will pay off. Leaves it alone, and he can continue to do that. Because, Dave, he has 134 runs on the board of his personal tally.
Yeah, you just need to, keep cruising along, batting sensibly. He has been doing that all day. So I saw him just a while ago advancing down the track. I don't think there's any need for that. He need to just stay in and bat, get big scores. This is a good sign when you're a young player, you're in an academy team, and you've been able to push the Guyanese bowling attack under pressure. They're the leading team in the Caribbean now. They have already been entered into the finals.
That's right.
So that's a good sign. So you're on top of the situation, so you need to just stay on top of it.
The move maybe by the Guyana Happy Eagles, the over comes to an end, is not to include the like of Shamar Joseph, not to include Kima Paul for preservation reasons, I assume. I have a different view. I believe that the more you bowl, you get into things, the more you get into your rhythm. Because the last game, the last innings, in fact, it was a situation here when they relied on Virasamy Pomal. You're seeing the spot just there was where the double-decker stand used to be, and now it's a parking lot.
Famous double-decker stand.
With chicky and gravy and the action. I remember that area.
Yeah, I remember coming to cricket set and being in that stand.
Yep.
My club, Newfield Cricket Club, we used to come to test matches with some party vibes. Huge pots of seasoned rice.
Driven. Not getting a run. Yes, the music used to really hit there. And when the music hits you, it is really in the air. And it was well controlled. Chicky knows when to pump it up and when to slow it down. Gravy knows when to make the when to make the moves.
I didn't realize the music will hit you, Seth.
Yes, it does.
Sometimes. Okay, great.
And to put the ARG in context, before that, before we had the Andy Roberts stand, there was a stand they used to call the Rude Boy stand. And there was a concrete stand next to it. And the Rude Boy stand, before Gravy's time, you used to have Crocus and Mayfield. And then there was Mayfield and Gravy. And then it all emerged. And Pappy blowing the horn.
Yeah.
So some rich history. And then you go further, you look back in the broadcast, you had men like the great Joe Barry and King Frank Kai. And just to give it the Antiguan perspective, look at that shot.
The ground.
That has some class in it. It was just easily done, down the ground, way above Van Lang's head, and 4 runs to the emerging Amari Goodrich. Look at how he addressed this. Just a little slight trigger movement.
Yeah.
The full face of the bat, elbows cocked, and then it goes into the boundary for 4. So you had those days of cricket. It was just, wow, out of this world.
Yeah, those are the days.
Yeah, and then you also had the crowd. Another one, is it? No.
Punch into the covers, just a single.
Ran Sammy comes around the field, the other debutant. The thing about the cricket, even when it was a first-class cricket, Leeward's cricket, the buzz on the radio, the buzz in the pavilion, the buzz around the ground, and people bring their drinks and people enjoy every bit of it. Sometimes the fast bowlers are coming in and you hear, toop, 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 yay! Everybody urging them on. It was an experience that may have sparked international engagement in what they call party cricket. That's what they call it?
Yeah, party cricket.
I believe it all started here. McKinney Clark goes across and pulls this one. What a shot. Rivaldo Clark. McKinney, you must be saying, I'm selling you, boy. Your fast bowling skills into batting skills, but it's Rivaldo, the man, and he is really on a mission. Dave Joseph, 150 runs could make a difference if he can get there. He's
Most
138. The 350 comes up.
Yeah, these landmarks are pretty important, Seth. You need to make sure he registers this one, 150 at least, and then go on from there again.
Allows it to go through. That completes the over. And a real stunning performance by these two. They're really batting well and they're motoring on. This partnership is really getting to be a problem for the Guyanese. Only the 3 wickets to Pomal and Locknott. Apart from that, the other 5 bowlers, Naeem Smith, Theodos Lovell, and the rest of the crew, they're yet to take a wicket. So these 2 guys would be saying, I have done well. Good Keshmoti is saying, I didn't come to the party. But the 2 men with the bat, Amari Goodrich on 63 and Rivaldo Clark, who has gotten his century, they must be saying, we have come to the party, and in time, we will be able to rejoice.
Yeah, well, they need to extend the time of the party set. Steady until close of play.
Well, they may even get an extension at close of play, because officially close of play would come at 5. But if 90 overs are bowled before 5, we have to go to 5.
Yeah, well.
So they're giving some mothers the bonus. Mothers, we trust that you are enjoying it.
Yeah, they
we
need
trust that you're part of, you would have been part of the emergence of these young players, both on the Guyana Harpy Eagles team and on the West Indies Academy team. We give you all the kudos. Fathers and supporting clubs and supporting communities, supporting schools and villagers. You're all part of this. We commend you. The tactic is not working. They did have an opportunity off Goodrich when Locknott did not take the catch. Apart from that, it has been all Goodrich and Clark. Partnership getting close to 200. 18 runs away. The graphics has 343, but it is in fact 351 for 6. Rivaldo Clark on 138, and Amari Goodrich is on 68. We apologize for the graphic being a little bit behind in terms of the score, but we're just giving you the actual score. Well, Goodrich is just 7 runs away. In fact, let me leave that alone. Let me look at Rivaldo Clark. He's 12 runs away from what would be his first 150. And I believe for camaraderie sake, he may be saying, Kevin, I'm not too far from you. Kevin mean Kevin Wickham. Because sometimes, Dave, you may have something with a body who you play with, and sometimes competition is good. You say, well, you got that, I'm going to get that.
Yeah, well, competition is always good, Seth, you know. So sometimes it's good to, you know, compete, especially, you know, healthy competition, that is, you should say.
That's right.
You know, some people compete for different reasons, really, but healthy competition is always welcome.
So Kevin Wickham would have scored 153 as his highest score in the championship to date. Oh, a short one, effort delivery. What would you say? Would your ploy be bowling short? Would your ploy be to attack the stumps after you'd have gone wide? What would be your approach?
No, you just got to come in a bit closer. You know, he's been like about maybe 3 or so feet outside off stump. You need to come in a bit closer, force the batsman to play a bit. Yeah, that's sort of line.
So 38 fours and 12 sixes have been struck so far in this innings. 74 overs completed, and it is the West Indies Academy on 352 for 6. A batter's paradise.
No, it's not a batting paradise. You've got to give the guys, you know, their props. They said they fought off the opening attack when Guyana was on the run, and they've really stuck in and, you know, get set, and they're batting beautifully. So you've got to give the young guys credit. It's not really a batting paradise. It's just that the Guyanese are, they're not attacking the stumps as much as you'd like them to, or you'd wish to see them do.
Perhaps Tevin Imlak, the Guyana captain, may have to come and throw over his arms and show the guys how to do it.
Well, I see him, you know, warming up, it looks like. I don't know what he's thinking.
Driven nicely.
Ooh.
4 runs.
Raining. Set.
Well, I said we would have had a day without rain.
Sprinkler.
But that certainly is a good shot. It was in the air, pitched on off stump, played across the line, and a lazy attempt by Locknott coming across.
Yeah, that's a tired attempt, Set.
In fact, is it Moti? It looks so.
Yeah, that's what you want to see as, you know, batters. You
so
want
my
to see
apologies, Locknott.
the fielders struggling in the field.
Moves to 73. 2 away from his best first-class score. So, in the past, we had MS Dhoni realizing his guys were not doing it, and he came from behind the stumps, got a wicket, went back, put back on the pads, said, I've done my part.
Okay. You got to show them how to do it.
Time there was a Devon Thomas who was taken from behind the wicket in the West Indies playing an ODI game because they needed somebody to bowl an over here and there. So you have wicket keepers who do that. So would Imlak do that, or would he be saving himself for big innings? To remind the selectors that he was the last keeper in the Test game.
Well, he'd need to get a big innings, as you mentioned earlier on. to keep his name in the reckoning for selection for the West Indies. So I think a good score will be of his interest at this point.
Well, the rain is coming. The drizzle is more good delivery from Van Lang. That one was slanting back. He's getting closer to the stumps. The drizzle is intensifying. But I guess the place was so hot that you can almost smell
they're
that.
calling on the covers now.
And they're calling on the covers. So the news for our listeners is that with the score on 357 for 6, and Amari Goodrich on 73, and Rivaldo Clark on 138, West Indies Academy, who won the toss and decided to bat. They're in charge here. Rain has interrupted play after 74.2 overs, so we'll join you when we resume play.
I think I remember now you mentioned it.
In the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He had a very good shot with the run out and it just missed the stop.
Yeah, I think I remember
Went
it.
to 4 over. I was on with Michael Holden. It's a good and call people.
How old were you, Sabi?
Boy, I don't remember. Probably 19.
Still under 90?
I was
Yeah.
91.
19 also, yeah.
I was 91. You were 19?
91. How old would I be at 91? Let me see. That's quick.
But they used to do that a lot. They used to have substitute fielders coming in from the islands where they're playing, but they don't do that anymore, which I think was a good opportunity for exposure. Get some young players out there. Boy.
That was 2022. Yeah, but when I came in set, and when you've been put in slips for Westerners as an emergency field, at that age.
Oh, you're putting slips?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I went, not immediately, but I went into the slip with Vivian and man, yeah. And then when I played test cricket now, it's the first time you see a young player come in and go straight into slips. And then Brian allowed them move out the slips and leave me alone. So it was me and Jake's right there.
He made a good point. They used to always put a
Bringing
promise
some
in.
young people,
Yeah.
yeah.
I remember they once had a Montserrat and leg spinner. Can't remember his name. But
He came in.
he came in and was the emergency field. Just to give him some recognition.
Yeah, those things help.
A tall fella?
I can't remember his name. I don't remember him.
Next minute.
From Montserrat.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Right. We have to get back this Leo Islands tournament together now. That was just it.
Keith Atherton was the emergency fielder for both of them
For a couple of years ago.
before he made his leg.
But how can we know that island to hold up to it?
And the dynamics are the same.
Island situation we can hold up
Dynamics
to.
are the same. There's no excuse, man. Before time, that much money wasn't going
It's
to
a joke,
cricket.
the umpire should have just let it stay. It's a joke, it didn't last too many.
Exactly, just let it run out. You see, he does not maybe the local condition, right? And that's one of the issues. He doesn't
But
know
he
the
has a guy there, that guy there, Oggies, he umpire and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should know what's going on.
No, but this
So we're here after the slight rain break, and we are happy that we didn't really lose a lot of time. Just about 7 minutes of play. We would clarify with the match referee as to if there would have been overs deducted or if we're still on time. But Van Lan, Dave Joseph, would have been refreshed. He would have said he had the opportunity of a wicket, but he completed the over relatively well without any incident. But I think you may like now what you're seeing from him as he's coming into his own.
Yeah, he's been, bowling, pretty decent so far. He started a little bit shaky, bowling a few wides, but he has picked up himself and he's bowling with, a fair amount of pace now and bowling a better line and length to me.
And Clark, the man who has been at the top of things, he's 138, 17 fours and 5 sixes. And Goodrich on 73, continuing to be the pillars on which this innings has been built, but it was not before you had a good foundation set by Mbiki Joseph, who scored 60, and Dindial, who batted well for his 45. Those would have gotten the action started, and now Rivaldo's Clark goes down the track. He does that, Dave, to negate the wide delivery.
Yeah, he goes across and, taps it into the inside, which is, smart cricket. He's not allowing the bowlers to dictate that he's going to bowl that balls.
So for Sammy Pomor, perhaps he wants to come back.
Yeah, well, as I said, he's a senior statesman. He enjoys bowling long overs, long spells.
Man who has taken 681 first-class wickets and 600 first-class wickets playing for his home team, Guyana. And he celebrated the 600th in this innings. Niall Smith. Oh, that's a lovely shot, but will be cut off. No, it has too much power. Excellent shot from the youngster.
Yeah, that was punked away, square of the wicket. Not even the brilliance of Moti could have saved it.
Really well played. Going down the channel.
And has he gone past his highest now set?
Yes, he has eclipsed his 75, which was his highest. He has now motored on to 77. So 77 to Amari Goodrich. So
yeah, he has batted beautifully.
Both batters have gotten their personal best.
Yeah, from the
it
time
means
he
that
came
you're
in.
improving.
Yes, you see definite improvement in them. At least they get into, as I say, new waters, higher grounds. As I said, I'm pretty impressed with him. He batted beautifully since he came in. Stood nice and tall, especially the balls that were short back of a length. Played some, nice punches through the offside and that kind of stuff. There goes one again, set punching.
Does not get the single. Chanda Paul, who might be thinking about batting, but maybe thinking about batting tomorrow.
Yeah, well, he'll have to wait. 'Cause these two batters look like they don't want to, come out for today at least. And I was thinking they'll be looking to go to close the play. And then, come and start afresh again tomorrow.
Short delivery or direct to the bowler. He ducked and wide signal by umpire Geese.
Yeah, it's pretty. He says yes. Very wide. I'm not too sure about that, but some players call.
Would have been wide for showing an ODI or a T20. And it's a tall batter. Nevertheless, an additional one to the academy. That ploy is not working. It's not working for the Happy Eagles.
Yeah, well, they've got to stick to something. You cannot be bowling all over the place. And the two young batters have shown that they've been to the measure of everything else that has been thrown at them, other than the wide delivery set. So I guess they've got to stick to this one, this less run scoring for them, for Guyana Happy Eagles.
Well, they have seen 362 runs being scored off 76 overs. Against their bowlers, they have only accounted for 6 wickets. And they might be well thinking about bringing back the spinners. They might be thinking prospects of a second new ball. Ooh, that's a good one. That one beat Rivaldo Clark.
So we see the wicketkeeper standing up now to Van Laal.
That's correct. Perhaps
trying to mitigate Clark going down the track.
That's right. Trying to keep him in the crease.
Yeah, so. Yeah, this will put a little bit of pressure on Clark. So let's see how he gets himself outside. He gets himself outside of this one.
Wow.
Not being able to move around in his crease and out of his crease.
Oh, this time he goes across and what a shot. He just helped it around forward of square.
Excellent stuff, Seth. He actually stayed in his crease and walked across instead of going outside of his crease and swatted it around to mid-wicket for 4.
The motor's on. Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah, this is what I like to see, Seth. He's actually forcing change to the field set by the Guyana Happy Eagles. You've got to change stuff when you start to play that kind of way. See a man coming from the offside into the onside, so we have got a deep mid-wicket now, or deep mid-wicket, and the mid-on.
He motos on. Oh, that's a wide. They're really losing focus. They're losing sharpness. Guyana Happy Eagles. Lines up well. Classic shot.
Yeah, hammered away again.
This man is really on a mission. Moves close to the 150. He is now on 147. And he's batting better and better.
Yeah, Clark has been playing, pretty well. That delivery was spanked away to the onside for 4. So it's Van Laal again to Clark. This one is being punched up to cover. Just a single.
Especially for landmarks. Over completed. Dave, has been a one-sided traffic, and their partnership now is, in fact, with that 4, the partnership actually moved to 200. Our screen, yes, is suggesting that it's 363, but the score is actually 272. So they have brought up a 200 partnership. That is amazing batting. How often do you see that in a regional tournament?
Yeah, that's something that's been lacking. Batters been not being able to get together as a pair and bat for long periods and put good scores on the board. So it's good and refreshing to see the youngsters doing it.
Clark just 2 away from his 150. He's on 148. And they are trying to make adjustments. Where Sammy Pamal being pushed back to long on. Wide outside the off stump, he walks across. It's an unusual field, Dave Joseph. The 2 slips, or a slip and a gully.
It's only one man on the inside.
Third man, backward point on the boundary. Cover. Sweeper, almost on the boundary. Cover, extra cover, deep mid off. And the long on the boundary. Gets one. Will he come back for the second? His 150th run. He comes back. And Rivaldo Clark will celebrate 150 runs. His highest first class knock. Got past that. His 100 got past that. And he's now 150 runs. This young Barbadian batter, captain of the West Indies Academy here. What an innings.
Yeah, well played to him. Young Clark, he has been batting beautifully. As I said, he started a little bit, slowly when he came in, but he has got up to it and has really been sticking to his guns. And he has played some, very classy shots, Seth.
Classy shot from a classy player. I said it to you from the word go.
Yeah, you picked him right.
This is a player.
Yeah, first time I'm seeing him, and he looks real in sorts. Let's hope that he keeps on going and get to another landmark or double century.
No ball. Had the no ball not been called, it may have been a wide signal that you have seen. So Niall Smith losing it. And Smith has a mixed performance here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. His first innings, bowling on the surface here, he had the 5-wicket haul. But in the second innings of the Windward, when the Windwards batted, he didn't get a wicket. And now he's wicketless so far in this innings. So we have seen 2 sides of Niall Smith, wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, you were talking of bringing in the other fast bowlers, the Guyana, the Josephs, and but I'm telling you, sometimes you'll be real fatigued. So sometimes you've got
well, that's true. But I'm accustomed to seeing in the days gone by, guys tried it in for 5 test matches. And before that, they would have played some shell shield or whatever you call it, red stripe or whatever you want to call it, or you call it. They played in the regional first class. I used to also see your colleagues or the guys who you played with on the Leeward Islands team, the Benjamins and Ambrose. They tried in for the Leeward Islands all season. They tried it on the test pitch all season. And before that, I used to see guys or hear about guys going to England and bowling an entire county season and still playing 5 or 6 test matches for the West Indies. So if we want to wrap our future or test cricket on that little tissue, it's not going to work. Guys have to come out. And I'm not saying overburden them, but I'm saying have a full throttle and keep yourself in a frame of mind to play the game.
I'll tell you, Seth, in very simple and clear terms, they're cut from different cloth.
Well, you said it, so I would accept it. You're a former test player, you understand that. We look at the guy in the Happy Eagles bowling. 3 wickets for the 2 spinners, Virasamy Pramod, and 3 for Richie Locknott.
Well, you'll notice that Palmer is back into the attack.
Well, he has to. I thought he looked threatening. Locknott looked threatening, but I thought Locknott sort of lost it. And we see that if these two don't come, perhaps they would not get another wicket. But I think the trick is if they break this partnership, then they can safely sail through. But this is a test to this team. This team is a proper Guyana team. But I said Shamar Joseph should have been here. Regardless, you may classify it as a warm-up game in some sense. And if Shamar Joseph would not have been here, I would have loved to see young Isaiah Thorne running off. I'm not sure if he's injured, but I recognize that he's not in the team. I would have loved to see Kima Paul. Everyone must get match ready for the final. That's my approach to the game, Dave.
Yeah, well, you're entitled to your opinion set, you know, but I'm thinking sometimes these games can be pretty tough. Sometimes you've got to save legs.
Tough games for tough people.
Yep.
But I'm very impressed, I must say, with Amari Godrich. I would have known of Rivaldo Clark. I would have seen him since under 19, and it's the first I'm seeing of young Goodrich, and I am really impressed with his approach. The first time seeing him live before my eyes. So $12 overs remaining in the day's play, or will we get up to 5? We will get up to 5 as the close of time. Here's Sammy Pramod. Said earlier he has been bowling. In fact, when the Guyanese team would have had bowled 44 overs, he completed 21 of the 44.
Yeah, Palmer. It seems like he relishes, you know, long spells.
He has been such a successful bowler. 681.
Yeah, he seems to have that 2 gears to him. He can contain you at some point set, and then he can look to, you know, strike and get wickets.
681 first-class wickets in 155 first-class matches is no easy feat. And 600 first-class wickets for Guyana. He must be celebrated. I'm not quite sure what the honor cricketer gets in Guyana for their outstanding services.
Not sure, but it will be interesting to know if there's any other bowlers who have gone on and gotten that number of wickets for Guyana, or close to that.
No.
None of them have gotten close to it.
I can say that for sure. I can also say, as far as the regional cricket is concerned, you know, he has been, you know, that premier man in terms of number of wickets. And in terms of current players, you know, the closest to him would have been Rakeem Cornwall with, 459, I think, or somewhere thereabout. So there's an ocean between him and the other performers in current, in terms of wicket taking in the current system. Yes, he may be, you know, a few years older, right, and would have played more games, maybe, you know, 40 odd more games. But at the same time, we must realize that this man has done yeoman service for Guyana, and it must be acknowledged. So Gudakesh Moti, your friend, is back, and he has come on the rude awakening today.
It's going to be interesting set to see what he's going to be presenting. Is he going to be doing all orthodox leg spin, or he's going to be doing the Chinaman back of the arm stuff?
Well, he has them, and he has been such a good player even in the limited overs game.
Starts with the orthodox.
Well, the good thing, a bowler like that keeps you guessing as a batter. What is he going to do? You're uncertain. He keeps you focused, keeps you honest.
I think Clark will be up to the task, and if you're watching his hands good, you'll see what's coming out, Seth.
That's right, and you can pick him.
Yeah, you can actually pick what's coming, yeah.
You don't have that measure of, when I say deception, you may have deception off the pitch, based on the bounce, but from the hand you can read that. And that's the
That
case.
that was a Chinaman just now.
Precisely, that was the case. That Goodrich was already onto the front foot, but read it, and then just transferred the weight onto the back foot to get a single. So after this over, the new ball will be due, Dave Joseph. Would you take it?
I don't think they'd want to see the new ball at this point. Yeah, to present some faster scoring opportunities for the young academy guys.
But young Lovell may be saying that he has some pace, and he may be saying he was not given the first new ball, so perhaps here is an opportunity for him to steam in.
Yeah, I think you should have a look tomorrow, not today. Sorry, bro.
So then you're suggesting the academy may bat until tomorrow. They have another hour.
Yeah, they should.
Almost. Another 48 minutes via my watch, my phone. So the new ball is due. Gudakesh Moti completing is over. It will be interesting to see if the umpires bring on the new ball. But no, we are not seeing any sign. We're just seeing some refreshment coming out for Rivaldo Clark.
I think he's still struggling. Umpire himself is having a drink too. I think he's still struggling with that, slight cramp in his hands. I see him, shaking his hands quite a bit.
Well, that's what it is. You got to battle it out, youngster. You got to battle it out. He's one run away. In fact, not one run away. He has lined up well with Kevin Wickham in the 150 club, but still away to be in the double 100 club, of which Amir Jangu and Josh De Silva are the sole members for the season. So it would be interesting. You would say destiny is in his hands.
Yeah, well, he has it all in his hands. It's up to him what he wants to do. The bowlers are actually at his beck and call now.
In fact, they have shown him that we have given up on dismissing you the conventional way. We're trying to induce you into error. Whipped off the pads for 4. Lovely shot from Goodrich. He moves on.
Into the 80s now?
Yes, into the 80s. And he's sending a signal to say, I want to be a member of the 100 club. 100 club that has been populated by quite a few players this season. Looks so correct. So compact. Over at Coolidge, Dave Joseph. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, 252 for 5. Joshua Da Silva, 38, and Terrence Hines on 35. Earlier we noted that Cephas Cooper scored 93. And 2 wickets for Johan Lane. And a wicket each for Shama Springer, Ruston Chase, and Jamel Warrican.
Yeah, that batting pair for Trinidad Red Force has been doing the trick for Trinidad all season.
Yes, the Silver and Terrence Hines.
They've been holding up leewards all season, so they're still in good nick.
Yes, at one stage in that game, it looked as though the leewards were going to overhaul the TNT batters, and those two just stormed back. The rest is history.
Yep.
And that's what this pair is doing here. It's not a qualifier. Just want to remind you. It's one that gives the Guyana Harpy Eagles an opportunity to expose and also test their mettle as they move into the final next week against the winner of the Red Force Pride game. And if there is no winner, the team coming out with the top prize would advance. So at least the Happy Eagles, they are sure that they will be in the finals. Matters not about this game, but this game is still of critical importance. It's important to the morale, and I think much will be said after the Happy Eagles bat.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I think it's of great importance that, you know, heading into Sri Lanka for these young guys, they need this sort of confidence. You know, in terms of their batting, I haven't seen them bowl yet, but they definitely need this batting confidence.
Oh,
Ooh.
that one was coming back into him, took the inside edge and sped down to fine leg. Imlak was up, and I think Moti has been unfortunate on this occasion.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate not to have, you know, getting that ball being chopped onto the stumps by Goodrich.
Sound defense.
As I said, Seti, if you're watching his hands good, you know when that Chinaman is coming.
That's right, and you can make
Yeah.
your adjustment.
Yeah, that delivery was one.
So he has to have a way to disguise it.
Yeah.
Down the ground, but Locknott comes across. So the opportunity for a 4 there. The over comes to an end. And it is Goodrich on 84. In fact, Goodrich is on 88. And Rivaldo Clark on 155. This partnership has mounted on to 200, Dave, 222 runs.
Yeah, it's been
In
excellent
fact,
going by these two batters.
so they have not opted for the new ball, as we would have said. Faster one from Primwall. What would be your mindset? The first order would be to go in without losing a wicket. Hits it down the ground, and there is cover from the man. Moti coming off the long on boundary, only a single. Would the approach be then if you were to go in at the end of the day? How long would you want to bat tomorrow?
I think they should bat
Until they're out.
Until they get out.
Like the thought.
You know, the Guyana Happy Eagles, you know, there's some pretty tough customers around, so you want to bat as much as you possibly can. Get yourself into a position where you cannot lose the game.
A lot of runs being scored today. These young batters, they're in sight of 400. Goodrich drives, but it's knocked down by Ransami. So only a single. I believe we're going to witness the second 100, Dave.
Yeah, it's inching closer, heading into the 90s now. As we've been saying all the years, batted beautifully. Apart from that sharp chance that went to slip from Van Land. Yeah, he has batted beautifully. Otherwise than that.
These two have taken over the scoring card. 155 and 90. It seems like a long time since Mbeki Joseph polished off his 60. That's one.
It's going to be too easily.
McKinney Clark still sprinting through.
Yeah, well, you have to hustle just now. He's been a run out chance because Locknott fired the return into the end that he was heading to, and he had to hustle in.
So the question I would have for you, you don't have to answer now, but you could think about it. With some of the performances that you have seen or you have heard of for the season, is it time for the team to be, the batting department of the team to be reassembled? Is it time to look away from those who were there but are not performing and embrace those who are currently performing?
Well, you'd want current guys who are current. You can't head into a series hoping that people are going to get into form, that kind of stuff. You've got to pick the informed players.
That's
That's
right.
what I would think.
I support that. You can't be asking a giant to wake up. We don't really have any giants around here, you know, in that batting department. So you can't wait for sleepers to get up. You got to go with who have fire in their bones.
Yeah, you got to hit the ground running next season.
So it would be an interesting situation. We still have cricket because the final is yet to come. I think CWI would be happy with what they're seeing with the batters. So when I say CWI, particularly Darren Sammy, the man entrusted mainly for selection. So you cannot complain about players not batting long or players not scoring enough runs. You have definitely had players scoring runs and players batting well.
Yeah, but I think it was a miss not to have had this young academy team playing in the whole tournament.
Right.
You know, look at what's happening here now. You've got two young players. I think they batted beautifully today. So, in terms of selecting the next team, how do you go about it?
Quite interesting.
You've actually ruled them out of it.
Well, we can't say they've ruled them out. You never know. An outstanding performance could be recognized. You may say it was only one game. Mm-hmm. We do admit that they're preparing to go to Sri Lanka, so that is part of the plan. But I don't think one should be ruled out because you were not in the competition, because you came amongst good batters and you have showed your capacity to score.
Yeah, well,
it may be one off, but if it's that commanding, it must have value.
It's going to take, it's a good piece of feeling. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of guts to pick a man from a one game.
Fidel Edwards was picked out of the net.
I will tell you. It takes a lot of guts to do it.
Exactly. So you got to have guts.
Swept away for 4.
That's the man. That man has so many signature shots. And that's where I am impressed with him. He would spank you through the covers. He would pull you forward a square or backward a square. He will sweep you. He will dab you. He will drive you. He will play down the ground. 360, man.
It's more than 360, Seth.
Give me the other degree, Dave.
Yeah. He's been real phenomenal. And
while we're talking, the 400 is up. Yeah. That's the man.
Yeah, excellent stuff by Clark.
Wow.
I like these 2 shots that he played, you know, the dab. That's very late after stumps, and then that sweep. Yeah, it makes it difficult for bowlers.
403 for 6. What a performance. Clark, 160.
Yeah, I like his temperament to set. Clark, he's been pretty steady, but he's prepared not to allow the bowlers to dictate to him. I can see that in him. He's gonna, walk around, move around in his crease. He's gonna advance down the pitch. Yeah, he's pretty competent based on what I'm seeing here today.
And he's a very cool personality.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Really
saying.
absolutely fantastic character. I watched him when in the local season there was a little issue with the Liberty Black Hawks, New Winthrop's game when he would have been playing. As a member of the academy, the thought is that he's a local player, and then there became some issue about how many overseas player when playing for the Black Hawks. He would have been one of those players in the Black Hawks lineup. He kept his calm, looked at the situation, and one has admiration for that level-headed youngster. Saw him coming to the academy, looked at his opportunities. He's always very positive, and I know it would have been a matter of time for him to show it fully. So getting 100 is a hurdle cross, then he can set the tone for the future. 85 overs have been completed, 403 for 6. Dave Joseph, this has been batting at a very high level by these two.
Yeah, these guys have shown some class today, and I must admit that Clark and Goodrich, they batted very well all day, and Clark has gotten himself to 150, and Goodrich is now approaching a century.
And the partnership of 234, the highest partnership that I've seen at this venue. Richie Richardson and Viv Richards against Australia, I think it was 1985. Viv Richards scoring 178, Richie scoring I think 156 or 154.
Wicketkeeper struggling here now.
Now we're seeing Tevin Imlach. They have been baked today. Not only sun, but they have been baked.
Yeah, steamrolled by these two young batters here.
So that partnership was 1984 between Richie and Viv. And I remember, man, these guys were just beating. Australia had all the Rackerman and and the ball was just, at that time, well, the rec was in its prime. So you had the scoreboard going around, the advertising boards, and every minute, every over, a ball was being laced into the boundary board when it was not struck over the boundary. It was just phenomenal batting. And I saw a regional game. Well, I've seen you scored some hundreds with Richie, but I saw a game in which you all batted in Anguilla. You didn't score 100. I thought you got 85.
89.
89, you see. And Richie got 150 something. On the quickest pitch against the Barbados attack, Patterson Thompson, Otis Gibson, Vasper Drakes, and someone else. I don't, but I just remember that every time the ball was just going into the stand. It was crazy batting for me.
Yeah.
And close to 400 runs scored in that day.
Yeah, that chuck was a pretty, quick chuck set.
Wow.
I always remember that game.
I remember that. That was the epitome of first-class cricket.
Yeah.
In my view, 1995.
I'll tell you what happened. Said the first ball that went in from Otis Gibson cracked me on my helmet.
But you remember you didn't want to bat in the helmet.
No, not really. I've never been a fan of helmets and that kind of stuff.
But Richie told you to put on the helmet.
Yeah, growing up, you're not accustomed to helmets, and the sighting is different. But after that one struck me on the helmet, I said, oh, come on, Subs, it's time to get up here. You're sleeping.
I remember the day so well that when Richie saw, after, I think, Lanville Harrigan and someone, two quick wickets, Richie said, I'm going out to war. And it was the first time I saw Richie Richardson with the helmet. Put on the helmet. He put on the helmet. He said, I'm going out there for war. And man,
yeah, he played beautifully that
was
day.
war. I've never seen first-class cricket like that again in the region. That was 1995. In fact, I think, Dave, that was the year that you scored 541 runs, 3 centuries in the season, but didn't make it onto the West Indies team. That was hard, right? But that's life. So when you're trying to give easy path to players about that's hard on them, that's where you and I may disagree. They must play all the games, and they must play at the top level.
Yeah, but I'm still saying sometimes as a bowler that you need your legs. And I'm telling you, they're going to need their legs again for the finals.
Well, they're going to need them. I hope they would find them. Shamar Joseph,
he
would always love work. He would always love his legs. And he's going to come firing.
Yeah, but what you would have noticed here, during the break, Kimo Paul was out there still doing a bit of work. So he's not in fully rest mode. The coach had him up and he was bowling a few overs.
He was on the field
Yeah,
early because
right.
there was an injury. He was at first slip.
And then during the London interval, he came out and bowled a few overs on the practice pitch there, just beside here.
As usual.
Yeah, so
So
they're not all totally out of it. They're still working, you know, behind the scenes.
they're not going to be out of it. This is a very strong team. And I don't want to say which of the two teams I believe would emerge. I would allow the game to be played. I don't have any favorites, but at the same time, I believe the better team, the more consistent teams will go through to the final.
Yeah, so Goodrich will need 6 more runs to get to that landmark. Let's see how well he maneuvers his teammates up and standing and looking forward to it. They're all out on the balcony.
Well, Gudakesh Moti is not giving away anything. Also, we looked at the time Moti was introduced into the bowling. Oh, good bit of feeling to his bowling. And as we look at that, we thought that Happy Eagles thought they had it covered with Premol and Locknott. They were just bowling, bowling, bowling until they met this.
Well, what would have happened? Locknott was bowling well, and Moti was even bowling well too, so you could not have really, you know, taken anybody out of the attack. And the wickets column will definitely show that they were bowling well. Just as you were saying earlier on, that's where Moti went and, you know, tried to work on some other aspects of his games because he wants to be in the team. So Pamal is going to bowl before him. It seems like in the Happy Eagles lineup. So you have got to make sure that you're up to the task. When he bowls before you and he's bowling well, you're not going to get any bowling.
That's right.
You know, and they'd prefer to have, you know, a leg spinner and an off spinner operating rather than 2 leg spinners. Sharp.
Oh, that's 4. And that
Sharp.
speeds him up to 98.
Good stuff.
Very strong off the back foot. Powerful inbuilt. Stands up, watches it, goes back, and punches it past
to the
cover.
outside. Yeah, he plays pretty well off the back foot set, and he still plays well off the front foot.
Yes, very confident young
As you see,
batter.
Parmal comes in to give him a word of advice here, Moti.
So we're seeing.
I think you're better off, you know, trying to bowl to him a little bit fuller than bowling that length shot.
It's the century shot.
Wow.
It is the century shot.
He gets it easily too.
Ransami could not stop it. It goes into the boundary, and here is celebration for the man of the moment.
Yeah, punches
Amari
the,
Goodrich. He runs to the dressing room and he holds the bat and indicates to his players that another young prospect has been born here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. His first class 100 in only his 5th game, and what a celebration with his captain, a man who has also batted well, Rivaldo Clark, celebrating with Goodrich.
Yeah, congratulations to the young Goodrich. Again, he's batted brilliantly since he came in, apart from that one little mishap where he had the ball edging towards slip, but it's a sharp chance, but he has batted beautifully. And I particularly like to see him when he goes on his back foot punching set.
Yes.
Brilliant stuff.
So 9 4s and 3 6s, 139 balls in which Goodrich brought up that 100. And I'm sure mommy and grandma, if they are around, and those mothers who have done well along with Rivaldo Clark's
They've gotten a
family,
good
they have
Mother's Day
a
gift.
good celebration. And Bicky Joseph did set the tone. And Mavendra Dindial also batted well. The others who did not bat so well, that's part of the process. But the team has done all proud. 411 for 6 from 86 overs, Dave. 4 more overs before the close of play here. But no, we have to go to 5. And I believe we're going to have to go for more than 4 deliveries. But here is the celebration. Takes off the helmet. punches the air. And he says to the players, I've arrived. For them, it should be no turning back.
Yeah, he needs to go on, keep batting. You know, get to that another landmark that his captain has just passed. 150 would be a good sight for him.
And he hugs Clark. So, two batters getting 100. We saw that in that same game we spoke about, Red Force against the Hurricanes. At that time it was Amir Jangu and Terence Hines. This time it's Rivaldo Clark, the young Bob, and Amari Goodrich. They are writing their names in the history books here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, a partnership that is getting close to 100, 250. They came together with the score on 169 for 6. Umpire Bradwitt is signaling something to Pramal.
Palmer struggling.
And he's telling him something about his booth.
No, he's like his muscles pulling up on him.
Partnership so far of 242 runs. Oh, well, he can't make it. He drops the ball. Oh, unfortunate for this soldier. 111 for, well, 3 for 111.
Setting in.
I think it's a Nelson that had him. 3 wickets for 111. 1 for 3. So it's a Nelson cramp. That's just a light moment, folks. Not trying to mock at all Virasamy Pramal. Such a wonderful character. And the Guyana physio is out. Kimo Paul and Savory. Kemal Savory come out along with the physio. Captain Tevim Imlak is looking on. He's concerned. Richie Locke North is also concerned. And will he remain on the field? It has been a hot day. And
Yeah,
that cooling,
very humid
that
day.
cooling little rain that took about 7 minutes. Stopped play for about 7 minutes. That has gone, but since then it has been a little overcast. Not necessarily in the circle, but blocking the sun a bit. So they've had a cooler time, but the amount of energy they may have exerted. So now I accept your argument that if it were Shamar Joseph pulling up or Kimo Paul pulling, not that I'm saying Virasamy Pramal is not valuable. Get the point. It is always harder on a fast bowler.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to get to.
But I know they would not be bowling 27 overs like Virasamy Pramal.
Yeah, but the 27 might be maybe a good, maybe 15.
Maybe 15, and that 15
that could
be a
cause some
challenge.
problems, yeah.
I do understand, Dave.
Definitely going to need their legs for these finals.
Even the birds are there, watching us. Amari Goodrich celebrating his 100, his first class 100, and the place is the Antigua Recreation Grounds in St. John's, Antigua. See that celebration, two youngsters putting on 242 runs so far for the 7th wicket. Has to be.
It's remarkable set.
An umpire,
showing real grit and determination.
Definitely. When we look back at this day, just for viewers to know, Virasamy Pramal may have been handling the hamstring issue, was about to deliver his second delivery of the over and then dropped the ball. And could not. But the West Indies Cricket Academy started this morning. These youngsters won the toss. And they did the right thing. They say, we're going to bat. And while they decided to bat, they started with Mbeki Joseph and Daniel Evelyn. Evelyn was the first to go. LBW2 Pramal for 11. It was 26 for 1. And Mbeki Joseph was joined by Mbeki Joseph was joined by Mavrenja Dindial, who scored 45, and the two are shared pretty much in a 50-run partnership. They batted well, but then it was Joseph who was bowled by Richie Locknott for 60. He scored that 60 or 53 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes. While Dindial, he was caught and bowled Locknott for 45, 53 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. Giovanni Di Pisa, bowled by Virasamy Permaul for 3. Carlton Boyne Tuckett, he was bowled by Richie Locknott for 1. Nathan Edward caught Kevlin Anderson, bowled Virasamy Permaul for 16, and Virasamy Permaul is back up and ready. But since then, it has been all Rivaldo Clark and Amari Goodrich, and Virasamy Permaul has been revived. What a miraculous work by the Guyana physio. Clark gets a single after the pause. Would need to ensure that the rhythm is back. Would need not to be distracted by the break. Having a break in concentration. They need to start again. Rivaldo Clark not out 161. Amari Goodrich not out 102. And these two have really powered their team into a very good, strong position. So the wickets, 3-4 Permaul, 3-4 111. 3-4 Locknott, 3-4 86. The other bowlers have been wicketless: Smith, Lovell, Moti, Ramsamy and Van Lan. Wide outside the off stump. Still being defiant. Not giving it away, Dave.
Yeah, well, he's got to, stay in and bat just a few more overs to close the play, or a few more minutes to close the play, because I think you'll get to the overs before the time.
So it's 4:44, 15, let's say 16 minutes remaining.
Shot.
And he goes back, but there is a player in the deep. Only a single. Partnership moves to 244. 244. So Kim. So Gudakesh Moti will continue. As you may have observed, Virasamy Permaul has left the field after that what seemed like a hamstring strain. So Gudakesh Moti takes up the bowling, and he's having Niall Smith on the long off boundary. perhaps saying something to him. Also has Lockmore North on the long on boundary. There is a leg slip. Lover feels well. Then there is Chandapol on the sweeping undercover boundary. Short mid wicket is Kima Paul. He also has a mid on fielder on the boundary at mid wicket and one at a short backward of square position. They're just working it around like they did at the start of their partnership.
Yeah, that's very important. And this time, try to go into closer period without losing another wicket. You'll have all night to rejuvenate yourself and come again fresh tomorrow.
That's right. Thinking about shut up shop. That's what we say around here. Simply means keeping things very tight, not allowing the bowlers to get any wicket. It may mean reducing your run scoring opportunity. Rivaldo Clark understands that rule well. And it is clear that Amari Goodrich also understands. Both would have had their best first-class performances, would have had their first-class 100. They would love the Antigua Recreation Grounds. When they hear the name, the next time they would say, I have done it there, or I did it there. Even Moti is confused, Dave. Does not deliver. That was down the leg side, and he's so conscious that there was a leg slip that he literally defended it and played it back to the bowler from down the leg side.
Outside leg stump.
Wow.
And he's struggling again still.
With his hand.
Cramping still.
Wow. Need to have some serious infusion when he gets in. He's a determined youngster. You'd enjoy it more, understanding the pains. That's it. End of over number 88, the 88th over of the day's play.
Yeah, he's calling for some assistance again.
Well, which one?
Physio is back onto the field again.
Yes. And all this would eat away. Eat away the time. 10 minutes before the close. Though 2 overs remaining. It would be interesting to see which one we get first.
Clark is getting some attention. From the physio. He has had some issues really with his, I think it's like his forearm.
So it seems as though Kevlon Anderson is going to try to bring some magic into the bowling here. He's smiling. He's been given an opportunity. I believe his first bowl for the season. Let's see what he does with his medium pacers. A single to Godrich. And it is an easy pick, Dave, for the play of the day, which is coming up at the end of the broadcast. It is easy. I'm not quite sure who is your player of the day, Dave.
Yeah, my player of the day will be Clark, most definitely.
Certainly Rivaldo Clark. We're hoping that he has the stamina to hold up to face our interview, which is coming up immediately after.
Anderson pretty excited. Thought that he had his man just now.
Excuse me, that's the excitement of a non-bowler. When I say that, I don't mean anything derogatory, but when you've just gotten a chance. So with one over to go after this, it is very clear that they have closed up shop, but what a commanding position these two batters are at. Is indeed something special. 415 for 6. 245, 246 partnership. They're trying to buy a wicket. You said that some time ago, but they've been trying to buy that wicket so long.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. That tells you that the West Indies Academy has been on top of them for quite some time.
Oh. Came close there, Dave.
Yeah, just delivery that went straight on. I think Goodwin was actually looking for it to leave him, but it just went straight through. He actually played outside of it.
It's really an interesting situation here. They're close to what would be the highest runs scored in a day in this first class season. On this ground, wrapped on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. That was close. Perhaps it was angling down leg, Dave.
Yeah, we could have a look at the replays. It looks like he was going down leg to me, but let's see.
Oh, it took
the inside edge. Yeah.
Yes, took the inside edge.
Yeah, fortunately
so that
for him.
saved him. So Kevlon Anderson might be excited. So the partnership has been a good one, Dave. I'm going to leave you here because I'm going over, hopefully, to join Rivaldo Clark at the end of that over for the play of the day. It has been good to be with you all.
So we're back here at the ARG. Lovell. we pick up the attack from the War Memorial end or commentary box end, as we know it as. He's going to be bowling to Clark. So he works it into the onside for easy single. I think what we have seen here is that Lovely's predominantly get the ball to come back into the right-handers. I haven't seen him taking it away from the right-handers much. I think that's something he'll have to work on. Outside the off stump. Pretty wide. You see a bit of change in the field. The fielders has been pushed back long off, and long on has been pushed back. Attempted short ball being bowled at Goodrich. Not getting up. Think that Lovelace had a pretty rough day at the office today on his debut. Down the leg side. Looking at the final delivery things for the day's play. Stroke down to long off. Easy single. That brings us to the end of the day's play, it looks like. Are we going to have another over? Yeah, it looks like we're going to have another over. Yeah, so the score is 4-17. West Indies Academy batting beautifully today. Clark along with Goodrich getting to some new landmarks. Goodrich just got to his 100. His 100 and Clark 163 not out. I must say these two have been batting very well all day. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with Goodrich, especially when he goes onto his back foot punching. He plays well on the front footer, but I admire him playing that back foot shot, both to the spinners and the pacers. So it will be Anderson. We've seen a slip being introduced. Another easy single taken. Ball being tucked into the onside. Another easy single for Goodrich. Ball being punched through the covers. Yeah, this one was banged in short by Anderson. But Clark was easily to the measure of it, tucked it onto the onside for another easy single. Another short ball being bowled by Anderson. This one's driven down the ground, down to long off. Fielded by Palmer, another easy single. Yeah, this brings us to the end of the day's play today. Very good day for the West Indies Academy. I think this West Indies Academy won the toss, elected to bat. They managed to get up to 422. We have Clark getting 165. Goodrich getting 109 not out for the day, for the end of the day. And I think we had a pretty decent day of cricket. You know, good day at the office for the West Indies Academy. I think they batted brilliantly. And it was a tough day for the Guyana Happy Eagles at the office today. So we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10. And we're going to be waiting the player of the day interview from the other end. Okay, we're going to have a view of the highlights for today as we wait for the player of the day interview. That player will be Clark. So we'll watch the highlights as we go along. Yeah, that was an excellent shot by Joseph through the covers of Smith. Another classical drive by Joseph. Oh. Van Ridge struck on the pads, leg before. Yeah, we see Joseph slug sweeping. Did it pretty well. Veteran Palmer being struck onto the retreat, which stands for 6. Another one goes onto the top of the stands this time again. Actually goes over. Excellent shot again through the covers by Joseph off the back foot. Ooh. There goes the fall of Joseph's wicket. So Van Ridge being bowled. Tuckett being bowled. Sharp chance. That's off Clark, seems like, yeah.
We're delighted to be speaking with Rivaldo Clark. What an amazing innings you have played. Your first class 100, and you have gone over 150. Tell us about the innings.
I think it's pretty good. Coming in with a bit of trouble. Just putting the team first. I just do with the team first.
So you came in with a position of 169 for 6. Your team was in really some form of trouble. You batted so well with Goodrich. Tell us about that partnership.
I think it's pretty good. The fellow from Barbados, obviously know his game, and I gotta give him credit because that's not his style, and he put the team first also, and he just assessed.
Okay, so you are also the captain of the team. How much pressure were you under to ensure that the team performed well?
To be honest, not really pressure. Not really pressured. I think we practiced very well leading up to this game.
Would you say this is your best innings?
Yes, for sure.
For sure. Okay, what can we expect going into tomorrow?
We have to see tomorrow.
Congratulations to you again, Rivaldo. All the best. Yes. Well, so you have heard it from Rivaldo Clark, an outstanding young Barbadian West Indies Academy player and captain. This partnership was amazing. His innings was amazing. His first class 100, and believe you, it was also the first class 100 for the man Amari Goodrich. They batted well. They put on over 250 runs. And as you look at the current score, in fact, it is only the second team that has scored over 400 runs on a day in this competition. This exceeds by 1 run the score made by the Leeward Islands against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on day 3 of their last match. So it was an exceptional performance by this young West Indies Academy team. And all kudos to Rivaldo Clark and to the rest of the team. I think they really deserve a special cheer. To the Guyana Harpy Eagles, well, they will have to assess things and come again tomorrow, and we will see how this match turns out.